You can also raise your hand if necessary. Please keep the microphone muted unless you have to ask a question. And this is actually the whole netiquette we can offer you. I hope you enjoy the meeting. We have the pleasure to welcome Signe Ratzo, the Deputy Director General, Research and Innovation of the European Commission. And I'm handing over the word to you, Signe Ratzo. It's a pleasure.
Well, many thanks. I think Julia is here as well. So dear Ms. Bezvashenko, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone. Allow me first to warmly welcome you to this Info Day on Horizon Europe. And it is very timely to hold this Info Day today as the Horizon Europe calls went live on Tuesday, this Tuesday on the 22nd of June. And today's objective is to present to you these opportunities and hopefully also stimulate your interest and motivation to apply for calls and proposals. I've been told that there are more than 400 registrations for the participation, so that's really good. Now, allow me to remind you of the cooperation of research and innovation between the EU and Ukraine. Ukraine has already enjoyed what we call associated country status since 2015. In our previous program, Horizon 2020. And association is the closest form of cooperation, which means that researchers and innovators in Ukraine have been able to apply to the calls with the same rights as researchers from EU member states. And in fact, Ukraine has used this opportunity well. To date, Ukrainian beneficiaries have received 42.6 million euros as direct EU contribution. And this is a clear increase compared to 29 million euros, which you received from the previous research program, 8B7. And this is impressive, especially as we know how competitive the program has become. Therefore, I'd like to reiterate the success, invite you to participate actively in Horizon Europe. We are at the same time working hard with the Ukrainian authorities to finalize now the practical aspect of the participation, that is Ukraine's full association to Horizon Europe. Now, in the course of today, you will receive detailed information on the program. I'll just like to highlight how participation in this program contributes to strengthening our ties with Ukraine. It tackles climate change, it helps to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and it also aims to boost competitiveness and growth. And I'm convinced that these goals are also shared by the Ukrainians. Through Horizon Europe, the European Union upholds that research and innovation is an important contributor to recovery and to the acceleration of Europe's continent's green and digital transformation. And this includes Ukraine, naturally. Research innovation is also key to create and diffuse excellence, knowledge, competence across our societies to meet our shared challenges. Horizon Europe finally also promotes strongly international collaboration and closer integration of Ukraine into European research, innovation, and education ecosystems. Ukrainian researchers, innovators are encouraged to team up with the EU partners in preparing proposals and to bring Ukraine and the EU truly closer together. Your status as candidate association country enables you to access all instruments already of the program at this stage. And let me add that in addition to today's specific information day, the Commission is also hosting general info days online for the general public as of next Monday, from the 28th of June until the 9th of July. And this will complement what you will hear just now. So let me conclude by wishing you a very useful day, getting information from the horse's mouth, so to speak, on Horizon Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. Thank you for the valuable insights and for your welcome words on behalf of the DG R&I. Actually, also the shared challenges and opportunities are highly important for the association, and there is actually our role here. We are the International Cooperation Service Facility of the European Commission that welcomes also our official co-organizers, the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, dear Yulia Besvashenko, Director General of the Directorate of Science and Innovation. The word is yours. The Ministry of Science and Education will give also a welcome to the participants.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for Signe. It's a great pleasure to see all of you today. It's also my great pleasure and honor to welcome you on Horizon Europe Information Day in Ukraine. It's a significant, really significant event for us. So I trust that we will be successful today in sharing information and motivating our future participants to take part in the new program. Also, I will give some overview of the actions which were done at the moment for our launching the program. First of all, I want to say thank you to our European colleagues for providing technical and expert support for this event. Also to DG for Research and Innovation of the European Commission for their constant support of all our activities in joining of Horizon Europe and also our integration to ERA. Particularly, I would like to express my gratitude to Martin Felix Gajdusek from the Center of Social Innovation, also Mr. Vitaly Bondarenko and Mr. Matthias Furch from the DLR agency. Thank you for this, for your efforts in making this communication and today's event real. I think it will be very motivating for all of us, also in these days of online communication, totally online communication. I think it helps us to keep in touch. So, Horizon Europe Framework Program facilitates collaboration and strengthens the impact of research innovation in developing, supporting, and implementing EU policies while tackling global challenges. To ensure that Ukraine would complete all the necessary steps which are needed to become the associated country in the new framework program, we undertook some steps which are needed to be the part of this program. We, during the end of the 2020 and 2021, we had 3 stages of technical exploratory talks with European Commission on the future association in order to understand the details of this future progress. Also, we have at the moment the official delegations of Ukraine in negotiations with European Commission on the Horizon Europe and on Euratom. It's very important that this year we have these processes in parallel. So from our side, we are really ready and we are waiting for negotiations. We planned the first stage of the official negotiation for June 30. I hope we will succeed to start it because we all are waiting it very much. And the preliminary plan is to sign the agreement somewhere in October of 2021, then we will need some procedures within Ukraine and European Union in order to make it real. But the schedule is, on the one hand, is very tight, but on the other hand, it's important that we, from our side, and also our European colleagues, are doing everything in order to be in time, because it's very important. So I believe it's also important to understand the context with which Ukraine starts the new framework program. So as the participant associated country in the previous framework program, Ukraine showed very good results, and our European colleagues also stress on that, so which is also very motivating for us and our participants, because maybe during, I will say later, maybe not everything was done in order to strengthen the capacity of Ukrainian participants, but many steps were done, and also our participants were very active. They were proactive. They were finding their partners and making collaborations, and I think the results are very motivating. So we are ranked 7th out of 16 associated countries. Also, we have signed, when I see we, as Ukrainian participants, signed 225 grant agreements, and net EU contribution within these grant agreements is 45.3 million of euro. 160 Ukrainian organizations took part in these activities. The statistics is very interesting within the distribution of the types of these organizations. We know that among these 160, there were more than 50% private institutions, something near 20% institutions of higher education, and 9% research institutions, pure research institutions. Of course, for the future framework program, we are thinking about this distribution in order to, on the one hand, to make everything possible that academic sector will be very active and we hope successful in the program, but also NGOs and private sector. It's also very important for us, also taking into consideration the emphasis of European Commission on the innovations within this new framework program, that they will be also very active. So the most active Ukrainian participants are in the next topics. It's Marie Skłodowska-Curie action, secure, clean and efficient energy, climate actions, and smart, green and integrated transport. Also, during this period of of the program Horizon 2020, we had an active, a lot of activities on providing information, raising awareness inside the scientists and other participants about the possibilities, calls, and so on. We have a very active network of NCPs. It's 38 at the moment NCPs, and we hope that this network will grow, strengthen their capacity, and we try to elaborate the ways how to help them in their very non-trivial and very important activity. I will say about problems and our vision of solutions a bit later. So also we had over 70 Ukrainian experts and representatives who assist with the implementation, evaluation, and monitoring of Horizon 2020 projects. So we understand that many factors are challenging for us, and now making our homework after the previous Horizon 2020 program, we understand that there are a number of issues which challenged our effectiveness, the level of success, and so on. So they are not now listed in the importance, because they are important for different organizations and different calls, but all of them are important. The first one is the low level of cooperation between science and business. Of course, it's the challenge for many countries, but we see that many things have to be done. We working on the legislation and so on, but also it's about the communication, it's about networking within the country, and I hope that we will succeed in solving this issue. It's outdated scientific infrastructure, which is a big problem of Ukrainian scientific sphere, because our people, our researchers are very active, are very smart, but still the level of scientific infrastructure makes our results worse. It's lack of funding in the scientific sphere, so it challenges for example, the number of young scientists, the motivation of people, the people are going, and so on. It's isolation of your scientific research from real production sector. The links are not so well built. As a result, we see that it's sometimes after applied research, there is no way to proceed further. And researcher, the individual researcher who succeeded, for example, to get funding from the European Commission must personally deal with both legal documentation and financial issues instead of a careful and professional description of the scientific component. It's also a big problem, but I think that we will do everything possible to solve them. External, of course, it's for all associated countries at the high level, and not only associated, it's high level of competitiveness among participants. It's good, it's like motivating, it's about excellence, but still it's a problem for us. Sometimes it's difficulties in finding external partners in order to create the effective competitive consortium, and lack of dealing with application process experience. So at the moment, these are main issues. We see some solutions, and we are doing different things which can help to strengthen our scientific and research and innovation area on the one hand, and on the other hand meet these challenges. It's about creation and work of National Research Foundation, which strengthen the capacity of individual researchers in the moment, and we hope that within the increase of funding, it will be able to provide more funding on research infrastructure. It's also about the grant support within the reimbursement money we get from the European Commission or within the Horizon 2020, and now they will be provided on the grant competitive basis for also not only for the projects but also for the research infrastructure. It's about the strengthening of our capacity in order to better disseminate the relevant information among Ukrainian organizations about the calls. As I said, it's not only about the academic sector, but also about businesses, NGOs, and different actors within Ukraine who are able to be competitive in their Horizon Europe. Also, it's about networking, because it's rather poor within Ukraine, and we hope that some actions we plan will help to solve it. We want to enhance bilateral cooperation with the European Union and create their effective networks, not create but support our network of NCP in order to evolve, in order to become more effective, more educated and well prepared. And also we are thinking, and I hope we will succeed, to create a central office which will coordinate the work of NCPs, of Ukrainian participants, help with provide information, provide centralized advice on how to proceed within Horizon Europe. And I think it will help greatly. And we want to, in future, to have such an instrument as to support those who showed those projects and teams who showed the good results within the Horizon Europe, but did not win under the calls. So this reimbursement instrument, which I told you earlier, is about this idea also, because your result within that competition will depend on your results within the Horizon 2020. But for future, it's also very important, because we understand that there is some gradual work on becoming excellent. So some of our teams and participants are ready to win today, but some of them, due to the competitiveness within the European Union or other reasons, have a great potential, but at the moment can't be the winners. So we understand that we have to invest in these people and these teams, and we will have the effect. So it's like a brief overview what we are planning and what we are doing at the moment. I want to say that we are going to the new, to the negotiation process at the moment, and later to the program itself, with understanding that we have to, within the Ukraine, on the central level, we have to do many things in order to help our participants to be effective and competitive. But also we understand that we have to invest in our people and also in their knowledge and their capacity to become players within this play we have within this opportunity of Horizon Europe. So I want to say thank you to our European colleagues. I want to invite our Ukrainian participants to be actively listening today and analyzing this information in order to be ready to plan the future activities within Horizon Europe, which hopefully we will become the associated country a bit later at the end of the year. Thank you very much.
Dear Julio Besmashenko, thank you very much. I cordially thank you for the important references and the specific information on the motivation, the negotiations, the broad range of participants so far involved in the predecessors of the program, also on the NCP system, the upcoming structural changes, the national calls that are like complementary, running the networking opportunities and the issues related to the post-application support. So all this is really important. Thank you very much. We are grateful that you sent out and invited together with Victoria. That was Victoria Geider was our co-organizer in the process, and it was a pleasure to prepare the event together with you. And so we will also continue. Finally, when we look on the agenda, we find also two names here, and this represents the International Cooperation Service Facility of the European Commission. It is they are the technical organizers. We have also a colleague at the German DLR that is working on the technical organization. Thank you, Maria, for taking on that task. We had the great joint work for the preparation of this info day with the MESU, and it's also great to work to commence in a gathering with almost 600 registered. It is clear that always the half appears, so that this is why we see now 240 colleagues joining this event. It is also a so far hardly reached number, and we talk about the best outreach achieved for all the Eastern Partnership countries. This proves the outreach of your support structures and networks in the country, and it shows also your own potential. This is what can be said on that point. Today you will see presentations and receive information about Horizon Europe, informing in a nutshell about a long list of opportunities. However, your presenters are two persons today. You see in the agenda Vitaly Bondarenko. He has vast experience in conducting trainings and advocating applicants since many years. And I would like to invite Vitaly to introduce himself. So please, Vitaly.
Thanks a lot, Felix. Thank you. But maybe we can try to make it a little bit interactive. I see Julia is still with us. Maybe are there any questions to Julia? Let's give the audience a chance to ask their ministry. Okay. Maybe are there any questions? You can use the chat for your questions, or just on the bottom you have the button for reactions, and there is a raise hand button there as well. So if you raise your hand, we can unmute you, and you can ask your question. I see there is one raised hand. Marie, can you please unmute? Natalia?
Yes, I already have.
Thank you, Natalia. Go on. No questions so far. Okay, maybe there is a technical issue. There is another user, anonymous user. Can you unmute yourself, dear user?
Is already unmuted. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
No question as well. Okay, then let me start with introducing myself, and should you have any questions, it's great that you are here, Julia, so maybe we need some time to prepare our questions. I'm talking on behalf of the participants. Then I just can encourage you to grasp the opportunity in order to ask your ministry and your questions. So my name is Vitaly Bondarenko. I work at the German Aerospace Center Project Management Agency, abbreviated DLR, PT. We are contractor of the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. and we are situated in Bonn on the banks of the beautiful river Rhine. And I'm a member of the German National Contact Point for the Marie Skłodowska Career Actions and the National Contact Point for the European Research Council, but today I act as a contractor of this international service facility and have the pleasure to bring Horizon Europe a little bit closer to you. And looking at my name, you can see that I'm of the Ukrainian origin. So, якщо для вас комфортніше ставити питання українською мовою, я буду радий відповісти на них також українською, якщо зможу. And having said that, I'm handing over back to you, Felix.
That's so kind. It's a big pleasure that you also command Ukrainian, because if there are questions and you dare to ask them in English, feel free. I will understand only a bit, but a bit. My name is Felix Gajdusek. I work since 2009 with the framework programs. I work in Vienna at the Center for Social Innovation, which is a social science organization. I have been coordinator of several projects and partner in a few more. For the training in the predecessor program in Horizon 2020, I was also a trainer in Ukraine. It was a big pleasure to have been there in 2019, just before everything closed down in the last years. So I have seen a very enthusiastic group at that time of 20 persons, and it was really great to see you in action. Some of you maybe are also here today. Today I will contribute with information on the introducing to the overall program and the embeddedness in the strategic framework of the Commission, and I will also introduce you to the widening program later on. So this will be my parts, and I can already, you know the agenda, you have received it. You see here we are already over with the introduction, but there is a bit to contribute content-wise. This is coming now. And we have actually, you see, we have also a break inside. We have also then a closing session. So if you have some questions that do not fit to a session, note them, and then we come back. We will try to be in time. Yeah, but maybe we start the one or other session a bit earlier if we are quicker than we thought. Good. So all this support to the Ukraine and to other Eastern Partnership countries comes from a support project financed by the European Commission because of the importance of the inclusion of countries as the Ukraine. There is the very support facility that was established by the Commission, and it should assist the further inclusion of Ukrainian researchers and innovators and also companies in the framework programs and all the opportunities offered. Good. I don't need to go through that exactly, but what you see here is that we have a few offers to you. We have this info day, but we have also proposal writing camps, you see in the middle. So there is another offer that comes to you. It will start on 12th of July and run until 16th of July. It will be online. It's an opportunity to get closer to proposals and how you can be more productive involved and all that. And there are also individual expert consultations that come on demand with an email sent to us. So now you have this half-day virtual info day, where you are now. Let's see how many companies are here, and if you have special questions, this can come. And we have this for proposal writing camps, online camps, not so attractive than a real one, but fine. And this will go to 20 selected participants. So there is a kind of application form that is already online, and we will show you and share with you the link to that. Good. And we organize this with the national contact points. You have 38 in the country. We heard there will be another coordination that also supports this. So this is like the idea. And when we come to this proposal writing camps, you see there is a separation in 3 time slots. So you have 4 hours on one day, then you have 1 day break and another 4 hours on Wednesday. Then you have again a break, and then you have like a reflection round. So here, that means that in between you have work. And here you see also the link. We will share the presentation. The selection of participants is not coming on a first come, first serve basis. It is selected according to how much you are motivated and what is the substantial information you can provide. Yes, so it will be practical training. There will be information, but also specific guidance to questions raised. And we will also look in the specific call documents. You will come across also today a bit. Good, and then we will prepare some sections of a proposal to understand fully what is expected and how this is done. It is a kind of blended approach. That means there is like the practical learning during the camp, but there are also these consultations afterward. So if you really go for an application with partners or as an individual, then you can really address us. So we are working more on the cooperative part in that case. Good, and then you have the expert consultation. So after the camp, if you are enthusiastic and you have a good idea, you have a network, or you have just an idea, no network yet, that's the time where you can ask for an expert consultation. If you are really want to put forward also the involvement of your laboratory, and together with your team, you are like in such proposals, or at least you need institutional backing to some extent, then you can receive this, and this comes with Skype sessions or any other interaction that supports you with concrete questions. So how to address this, how to work with that issue in the proposal, and the partnership around. Good, and then you had in the last days the European Research and Innovation Days, which gives a bit broader insight in the current developments. So you can go in that in the recordings of the European Research and Innovation Days and look what are the main stakeholders from the EU and also EU member states and others like the associated countries have as a statement with regards to certain topics. This is important because you need to have a background like perspective when you prepare an application. Good, and you can contact us as well. We have a contact address where you can like enter and look forward for all the issues that come with the consultations, or if the sharing of the content of our info day is not fully working, it's also an opportunity. So far for the brief introduction on that topic. So I have here one slide that I want to make. Yeah, it's not out. So here you have actually an overview of interesting programs, and I will tell you what we are talking about. You see left hand, the European Defense Fund, we will not talk about. You have right hand, the Euratom, we will also not talk about today. So you will not hear about these specific support issues. What you will hear today is what you see in the center. There is a pillar 1, a pillar 2, and a pillar 3. So we will present to you those pillars, and if you look to the very bottom, you see in green there are also other more horizontal issues that will be addressed. So we will inform you about the widening of participation with regards to the involvement of countries that are not the very EU member countries, and there are specific measures to support that. Good. So, and this all is embedded in the agenda you have received. And actually, we close now this introduction session, and we can go. I mean, I have to discuss with Vitali now if we should move immediately in this overview, because I mean, to do not lose time, it would be good.
I think we should give a little bit time to Julia, because there is an interesting question that came over the chat concerning the national funding for those proposals who have scored a high ranking in Horizon 2020, for example, but couldn't be funded due to the tight budget. Maybe Julia, you could explain a little bit.
As I said in the presentation, and I wrote in the chat box, we have such an instrument at the moment. So I think that if everything will be okay, we will launch the call not later than 2 months. So I think that it's very important for the participants who are really or either had good results within the Horizon 2020, or are those who are NCPs and are disseminating knowledge, to read carefully this document, because there you will see the procedure, you will see the types of the grants. So it's about infrastructure, about projects, or about innovation projects, and so on. And also there are detailed documentation which will be asked from the participants of this call. So at this moment you are able to analyze that document and to start preparation for this future call. It's about the participants of Horizon 20 because it's within the money of the reimbursement. As I said, we had such an support from European Commission, as we call it. I am not ready to say you what will be later, because at this moment, this document and this money are about Horizon 2020. I hope that it will be like a pilot program for us, for ministry, for the government, and maybe this document, hopefully, it will evolve in other one, which will be about the support of the Horizon Europe rather successful projects, but at that moment we have only the instrument about the Horizon 2020.
On the European level, there is this initiative Seal of Excellence, Julia. I suppose you know about it. I can just post it over the chat. This is what we know from the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, for example. So those proposals who have scored a very high ranking but couldn't be funded, the European Commission proposes them to be funded on the national level. This is basically the explanation. Yeah, Julia.
We have sent also now the links to the
just to say, we like incorporated within this instrument which I'm talking about also the supporting documentation, so the participants have to provide some documentation about the Seal of Excellence and other things in order to show that they were ranked highly within the Horizon 2020. So this instrument is not about support everyone who were trying to use Horizon 2020, but it will be rather competitive, I hope, and it's about the higher ranking will obtain those who will show their high results within Horizon 2020 within their some projects. Thank you.
And this sounds good because, I mean, you use this instrument offered by the European Commission over the calls to Horizon 2020, and of course the evaluation procedure, and you can benefit from this evaluation that was conducted by the experts of the European Commission. That's great. And in my personal view, this is very important. This is addressing and this overreaching political issue like brain drain. How can we inverse brain drain to brain circulation? And I think a proper national funding would be a good solution to this problem. Thank you, Julia. Are there any other questions? We still have 3 minutes before coffee break, so take your chance to ask your ministry.
thank you very much, Vitaly and Yulia. Me, Alexander, who asked the first question, and thank you very much, Yulia, for this answer. But I have one more answer which is important for everybody. In many cases, participation in Horizon 2020 not consider the costs for new development of the laboratories, for equipment and so on. So mostly they consider their salaries, expenses for trips and so on. But sometimes we need a specific equipment, and in this case, do you consider in these new instruments to support these groups who participate in program Horizon to support the libraries of this equipment to the laboratories?
Thank you for this additional question. Of course, it will be great if in future we will have such an instrument which can, like, on the ongoing basis, help those teams who are like effective, who win something in Horizon Europe to take some national support. But at the moment we have no such instrument. We can propose only within this instrument we discussed about reimbursement. There will be separate like part of it dedicated to the research infrastructure. So the teams that were successful within Horizon 2020 can will be able to apply for this part of funding and to support their infrastructure. On the other hand, we have some activity at the moment. The government was adopted the concept of the state program on the development of research infrastructure. I hope that in the nearest future, government will also adopt this state program, and there we have some like extended strategic view how to develop research infrastructure in Ukraine, how to monitor it, how to prioritize what we have to do, the first, the second, and so on. And also there will be some financing within this state program. So at the moment we are like working on some more strategic positions, some policies on this development. But I hope that within different instruments like this reimbursement instrument, future calls of National Science Foundation, and so on, we will be able to like to deliver money to those teams who are like successful and to develop the infrastructure. So the answer at this moment is the following: there will be some instruments from the state in order to support research infrastructure, but they will be at the moment not dedicated to Horizon Europe itself. But in future, also because there is in Ukrainian legislation, there is no such term in the moment like Horizon Europe, because there is no agreement, there is no ratification of this agreement and so on. And it's a great problem for us because even things which are told earlier about, for example, center on support of Horizon Europe and so on, it's problematic for us to do it also because of this legislation issue. But I hope as we will evolve, sign the agreement, ratificate it, and so the first results, it will be easier on the political and policy level to provide such a support. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Julia. And I can add that, Alexander, if you talk about the infrastructure needed immediately for the implementation of your project, you can still finance this over this project. So sometimes we do take depreciation rates for financing certain infrastructure, but of course, what Julia said, this is important to establish a sort of basic financing on the national level as well. That's true. And we had another question regarding the expert consultation. Felix, could you please expand on this question from Svetlana? Microphone, Felix.
So I saw another question this came with the partnerships as an obligation, which is a very good question. So I don't see this issue, what you say, with the participation in the proposal writing camps. And there is one question. Which question do you mean? Is it
from Svetlana Ilnitska, 1038? Question regarding bilateral expert
the experts.
Are they aimed for all topics inside
Yes.
Horizon Europe, or only some particular ones?
Yeah. So with regards the expert consultations, if you know already the topic you are interested in, the specific field, and you have a certain question, we can answer all questions. Yes. There is no limitation with the field. We will tell you if we don't know enough to support you, because this also can happen. Then you have to maybe get closer to your national contact point to clarify issues, or we can find also like more information jointly with you. But we have not seen a question that we couldn't answer, at least generally, and how to come to more information. So normally questions are like of a structure, it can be answered based on the information we have also from the past. So I think you can freely address whatever it is. Maybe with the individual fellowships, this would be the most challenging, but Vitaly is also well informed about these issues. But for all the calls where you need partners, we are well prepared, I would say, and I think that's fine, yeah. But you have to identify something. There was also the question of can I apply as an organization alone to a certain project? That's a very good question. But I mean, it depends on the very expressed opportunity which you find here. When you look on this picture in the middle, you see clusters. All of that, for instance, and this is a very big part, these are collaborative efforts of a consortium. Normally you have only consortia that are receiving here, but there are certain things that are not linked to a consortium. So you have the specific instruments that come with excellence, for instance. But you will hear about that a bit more later on. There is no need to clarify that at the moment. But normally, if you go with in a thematic direction, you also need partners from abroad. It's not say that in the country, but from abroad, you need a partnership in the normal case of all these calls, but not for the individuals or for some which come with excellence and also the widening participation. There are some issues where you don't.
Felix, let me jump in. There is one interesting question from Alexander Babic, written in Ukrainian. Alexander, would you like to expand a little bit on this question? Because I'm not sure who are you asking. So what kind of answer are you expecting? It was kind of a remark. I understand your point, but maybe you would like to explain your view how to proceed here. Can you mute yourself? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thanks. We speak about some position when we in our grant agreement had some obligation from our consortiums, then we can possibility to share some information or
so there is a non-disclosure agreement within the consortium, yeah. So you are required to basically to hold your tongue. Yeah.
Parent financial from European Commission, it discuss about on the Ukrainian level what our public government in the level, our ministry can support these collectives and university on national level.
So this was a question to the ministry, as I understand.
Yes. It's not for European level, but only on a national level.
Julia, can you please take this question?
Moment, I just briefly cited the lines from their official document. We will need what information we will need on your project within Horizon 2020. So they're like written what you have to provide. And in the case if you can't provide it, we can do nothing, because it's like this information is needed in order to show your result. I think so. I think that it's an interesting case. I think Victoria Haidar will communicate with you directly on this issue if it's like challenging for such a participation. But at the moment, I can say just so we, as you know, for adoption of this document, of this act of government, we have a year for new iteration and several years before. So of course we are interested not to start it, because we are at the very beginning of the new framework program, and we understand that we lose the time on the strengthening of capacity, those who are able to be very effective with the new framework program. So this instrument will work as it's now written. But for the future, it's very important for us to analyze such cases and to maybe to elaborate some way how to proceed with such situations. That's all from me at the moment.
Thanks a lot, Julia. And there is one interesting question coming from Katarina Kryzewska concerning joining consortia, and there is a good answer already from Victoria, referring to the participant portal or the funding and tender opportunities portal. I can also add that you can use the CORDIS database. Katarina, for example, I post this link. This is a long one over the chat, but this is how you can identify proposals from a certain call, for example, over the CORDIS database. This is now a link to the Marie Curie Individual Fellowships Call 2020, and this is basically all projects which were funded from in Germany. And this is the way you can proceed in order to identify any project, any particular call, and then to look up who were successful in the previous call, for example, in a similar call, and then you can try to contact those institutions. It would be a second option as well. So, as far as I can see, there are no questions. Julia, yeah? Take the floor.
I see also one question from Mr. Igor Katyuba. What are the plans of Ukrainian government to work on the peripheral legislation for Horizon Europe, tax regimes for entities, how governmental organization can pay salaries within Horizon Europe, clear approach and fair rules like member states? So it's a challenging part for us, because at the moment Ukrainian legislation is not as flexible as it should be in order to make the life for Ukrainian participants easier. As I mentioned in the presentation, it becomes, as a result, the problem of the winner of Ukrainian participant who is a winner, because it's so we lack this flexibility. I think that so we try to elaborate different options, but Ukrainian legislation on governmental organizations is very rigid, and it applies for all organizations. As a result, when we try to change something only for universities and scientific institutions in order to help them in issues, for example, concerning the international cooperation and Horizon in particular, we see that it's like non-trivial. It needs a wide dialogue within different actors, including Ministry of Finance, different committees of the Verkhovna Rada, and so on. It's at the moment it's a very political issue because it's like the fundament of the legislation on governmental organization. Is the part of the philosophy on budgetary sphere of Ukraine. I hope that we will be able to change at least something within. So at the moment we are at the final stage of ratification of bilateral agreement with European Union on scientific and technical cooperation. It presupposes some special regimes on for those who are who have projects with European Union, and I hope we will elaborate something in order to help Ukrainian participants. But at the moment, unfortunately, I can say that some big changes which are really needed in order to make the processes easier. It's a part of more wider involvement of stakeholders than it can be done from the Ministry of Education and Science itself. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Yulia, for your honest words. And Igor, would you like to comment on this? You expressed your wish to communicate it online.
Yeah. Thank you, Yulia. Basically, you almost answered my question, so I just want to articulate more my concerns. Just because I am acting in Ukraine as a so we participate, we write proposals, and we involve as many stakeholders as possible from Ukraine as use cases and users and R&D partners into proposals. And the thing is, so it's just a half of story, right? When we win project, we've got all these nightmares with explaining what can we do, what we can do. And so basically, as I see it, I mean, for instance, government introduces DSE, for instance, and there is no way for, let's say, research institute in National Academy of Sciences to be in that tax regime, right? And then, so National Academy of Sciences is not competitive here. The same with legal entities in many member states. There are specific things. Just because Horizon Europe, for instance, Horizon 2020 was very specific in legislation. I mean, we had this cooperation, we had some tax regimes for import and customs for those projects and other projects of cooperation. But we didn't have anything regarding real conducting this research, right? So maybe if we have this segregation, I mean, we've got these agreements with EU and we say, okay, all imported things will be custom free, right? And we can say the same for, I don't know, salaries, approach for hiring people, some tax regimes or anything. Or on the other hand, we need to say that, okay, all those initiatives of government like DSE, I don't know about this regime, I mean, if that competitive or not, but still, we need to say that this specific tax regime is accessible for research entities as well. That's just my thoughts regarding this.
Thank you, Igor.
Thank you, Igor. So I'm sure that we need to elaborate some specific, because it's like really like a nightmare. So people, those who are winners, who are active and who are capable to win within the competitive Horizon Europe, Horizon 2020, for example, projects, they suffer later within Ukrainian legislation trying to do those things that they are stated they will do within our reality. And it's a very strange situation for sure. But at the moment, so I will say like a philosophical thing in order to add to a comment to my previous what I said. I can't change anything in that answer. When science and innovation will become higher within Ukrainian political agenda. Then such questions will be elaborated more effectively, maybe quicker, maybe on higher political level and so on. Because of course, when we are reading the, for example, agreement on association of Ukraine and other things, we see that some parts are like elaborated very deeply and in detail, and about the science innovation, it's only several paragraphs with some very general text. For sure, it's about the dedication of the country on the highest political level in these things, in understanding that it's important, in understanding that you have to do as much as possible in order to make within Ukraine the competitive situation, in order to people stay here and use the possibilities, for example, of framework programs of European Union. I think in principle, in future, we can expect this. At the moment, we do everything possible on our level. We initiate such discussions, we initiate such documents, we create a draft of these documents and share it within other ministries and try to keep this dialogue in order them to understand our perspective, our argumentation, and why it's important for the Ukraine. So we are in process. I hope that together with you, with the stakeholders, main stakeholders of the process, we will be able to change this this place in the political agenda of all these questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Julia. Felix, you give me a sign when you want to start with the general presentation, but I think we should try to take a few questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think it's better to ask if there are more questions that come in the same direction. That's really the point to ask.
Thank you. I mean, there is one nice question in German regarding wissenschaftliche Bibliotheken. I'm answering in English because you see now the structure of Horizon Europe on your screen, and this is basically the answer. Horizon Europe is a framework program for research and innovation. So research is your keyword, research and innovation, and in the pillar 2, you see this 6 clusters, and maybe you can find, for example, a call within the cluster culture, creativity, and inclusive society, or if it's about digitalization of your library, this is maybe within the cluster digital, industry and space, and so on and so forth. Basically, you need a project, you need an idea what you're going to do in terms of research and innovation. It's not just about maintaining your resources, this is about an innovative research idea. I hope my answer is clear. And Felix, one question to you, maybe you can explain a little bit again the conditions for joining the proposal writing camp. It seems to be not clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
The proposal writing camps, if you go to the page, there are a few fields you have to fill in. And when you go there, you will find fields that come with your motivation, identified topics, certain preparatory steps you have already taken, and things like that. This information is taken. Then if there are many applications, we will have to select. And whatever we find there as information will be used to select. There will be like a kind of assessment of the applications. There is no other way of getting to the 20 best. So, I mean, if we have 21 best, we will ask 21 best or 25 best to participate. But yes, I think those are the limits. You can really serve a group of people sufficiently only if it's not too large. And there will be also discussions and preparatory work for people and from our side. So this is just the limitations. That's the way how it is done. I have seen also another question within the chat which came with regards the success rates. A pretty interesting question, pretty interesting. In the last Horizon 2020 call, which is the predecessor, the organization where I was has handed in 30 proposals, or 24, I don't know exactly. There is only a single one we won, and it was in the priority, which was overscribed with 200%. So 1 out of 197 was funded, or 2, something like that. So, but this was social science, humanities. So, but I mean, it depends how specific you work to the topic, how excellent you are, how complementary all your work is, and your excellence is within the partnership, and what you propose, and what is the basis on which you base your proposals. I mean, actually, and the ambition to develop further. And of course, this is evaluated. There is a certain way of assessing it, which is fair, in my view. But of course, I mean, if you have 197 applications for one topic, which is really strange, maybe there is also luck in, because I had better proposals which did not win, but here we got 15 points. So we will inform you not about this assessment procedure in detail today, but what we will do, we will give you a background view also, what are the strategic aims of the Commission and within the European research area, and maybe it's time to start that presentation, Vitaly. So we should, and Maria, to like to move forward with that. To give you
just let me give one short answer to the last question by Elena. Elena, this is your job to identify within the pillar 2 the right cluster to apply for a certain call. But I will expand on it a little bit later when I present the pillar 2. Thank you, Felix.
Yes, I mean, as a general approach, you will hear now like the background that comes, how it comes to Horizon Europe and why it is important for Europe. You will hear that from my side. But you have also an institutional perspective. You come from an organization, you work with an organization, you work as a researcher, as an entrepreneur maybe, or you're an innovator, or leading a group that does things like I described. So you have also an institutional perspective. You want to gain new insights, not only because you can get like a bit of funding, but it's also about like progressing the own work, to jointly also thinking, or I mean, at the same time thinking about the European progress is good, and therefore you need the insights I give you. But finally, it also has to be embedded in your logic of your organization, and it should like matter inside also in a way. Good. So far, I will start over with this insights that come here on many slides. Please just take it as an overview, but for the very preparation, you have to go again in it and look if that all fits, what is the background. So there is this nice slogan, investing to shape our future. You have heard that on many occasions, but this is like the idea of having a top-down program, thematic top-down, with a few elements of bottom-up. And I would like to show you the logic behind that. So this is the commissioner in charge of research and innovation, the culture and education and youth. So a broad field. She's covering, very good commissioner, by the way, and a good overview of all the issues. So we are building the Horizon Europe based on this Horizon 2020, which was the last funding program. It goes again with the breakthrough innovation. It comes again with innovation, and it comes again with impact-driven issues. It comes also with the missions, with certain fields we have to become active as society to form the appropriate partnerships that can meet the current challenges. So just to like refer to that. And actually we look with this Horizon Europe on the Sustainable Development Goals, which were developed over the past decade actually. And it looks all in these issues, to look on the climate change issues, to look on the SDGs, to boost to boost the competitiveness and growth of EU and associated countries, and to form also the European research area, to look also on better impact of research and the outreach to society. And with regard outreach, you can mean the direct outreach of the results, but it means also like looking on the job creation, to use the EU talent pool and also the associated countries talent pool, which comes with economic growth, and also like the European research area, which is like a concept that is continuously like maintained. So the European research area, a bit like contrasting with what the US is doing, a bit contrasting what China is doing and Japan is doing. So this is like the issue we see here. Let me see if that works. Yeah. So and what is the position of the EU within like all that? So we have only 6% of the world population, but you have 25% of all high quality scientific publications. So it's really interesting. But there is one issue which is like a bit tricky. You have EU business R&D investment that is not so high than it is in other countries. So we have to be like also a bit open with regards the commercial or application oriented issues, and therefore we look also at innovation and entrepreneurship. And when you look in the work programs, and we will come to the term more often, these are the published calls, you will find always innovation, entrepreneurship as some competitiveness, as some of the keywords. So it goes about for economic growth and these issues. Yeah. So don't forget that this is application oriented, what is asked. So you have seen that picture. You have these three like pillars in the Horizon Europe program, and you have there on the bottom, you have also this horizontal structural change impacting issues. And this all comes with a budget, and it's a huge budget. So there was a political agreement in December to keep that budget. It's really long, but really a lot, but it's separated in several years. And you have this separation also with calls and the planning. So you don't have one single call that is announced now or that is running open, but there are annual work programs, and you can normally see the work program for that year, which was announced on, I think, the 16th of June. And you see also the next year normally. It's normally not changed, but we don't see yet for 2023, 24, 25, 6 and 27. Yeah? So this can change, but what is clear is what is the budget allocation within all these this program. When we look on the previous programs, things were learned. So there were an interim evaluation of 2020. There was like the post-evaluation of the predecessor of this one, which you would see like left hand, and there are lessons learned. One lesson learned was to establish like new approaches, and on the right hand you see a few approaches that were like improved from the current situation, and I will introduce you to that a bit. So yeah, so good. What we had in the Horizon 2020 and the monitoring of the predecessor. So we had 1.5 million collaboration with 150 countries, including also Ukraine, of course. We had like an increase of the best publications, which is still one of the main outputs of research to have publication. So we have also seen the investment which came with the meeting the coronavirus like challenge. And we have seen also investment with regards to the climate change. And yeah, what is maybe good or not is that we have so many proposals received, but it shows the big interest and also the need for such a project. Good. Let's move on. So actually there are a few issues which come with regards to the next Horizon Europe. One is these three issues. The ambition is to progress with scientific and technological excellence. The second is to look in the green and digital transition, what can be supported there, which has a clear impact on the society. And then, as said, also this innovation, competitiveness and jobs creation element is important. This is the ambition of the overall program. So when you propose with a certain topic a proposal, then you have to think what is like your contribution in this to these ambitions. Good, and so we go through all these violet new elements. We have the issue of the European Innovation Council, which looks on the breakthrough and disruptive nature investments and innovations. So you have a budget that is mostly directed to small and medium enterprises, which cooperate also with researchers and also leverage private financing to scale up their companies and to move forward with processes already started. It's an innovation-centric issue, and it supports it makes risk-taking easier and helps bottom-up development that come from the very companies. And you have also the European Innovation Council program managers that support to develop visions and steer their portfolios a bit. So there is a bit of influence also from that side. And you have there actually three important instruments. There is the Pathfinder with the early technology issues, and that will transition where you also already have like a pre-commercial concept and you want to develop that a bit further. And then the Accelerator, which looks on better investment in startups and SMEs. So for some of you, this will be relevant. You have as a second component the missions. So you have a portfolio of actions that come with regards a measurable goal. So this is the mission. There is a certain goal to achieve with societal impact. That's like the very issue. And you have 5 missions that are covered with regards to the Horizon Europe. So these are the mission areas. They have been identified. There are many more areas that were proposed, but those are the ones that are proposed and followed at the moment. So you will see also calls that are related to these mission areas. So if you are working in one of these fields, more or less closer, then you can expect calls to be announced. You will find topics on that. So you see there is the climate change, which is long in discussion, and the social transformation related. Cancer as a non-communicable disease, the most affecting health issue. Then you have also the issues of water and inland and oceans. For this, you have the climate neutral smart cities, and you have also those more rural issues of soil health and food, but also biodiversity comes in here. So this was done with proposals. So there were many proposals and 5 were selected to put in here. You see, these are the first 2. There are the other 3. They have a certain title. they come with, and they have also their certain like action fields that impose to follow this strategic approach and to create certain impacts then with regards to that. Then we have the European partnerships, which is the next element you find here. The European partnerships is like partnerships that come together with the member countries, but also the associated countries. So there is a kind of co-programming what are important issues to address. And if you look this, you had many candidates to be involved, and I think we have 11 now that were like the very important ones, which are supported in the first round. But this is also like a new information in the from the last week. So we have these partnerships. The partnerships come as institutional partnerships. That means there is even a law, a European law, how this can run, and there is also EU support. So it's a strategic partnership. Those are normally many millions of euro worth, and they have their own working program and their own goals to contribute. And yes, so there is a web page where you can look. There is even a press announcement of the selected partnerships that go on. But it's also a political agenda and political actors that are standing behind. So, I mean, the funds from the EU member countries, they have also to co-fund, for instance, within the partnerships. And there is like the commitment of certain entities that contribute them. So it's not singularly funded from the EU budget. When you look in the international cooperation, what we heard today already is the association. So you have an excellent success from the Horizon 2020, but also from the predecessor program then. So yes, there is an association process that looks to include many countries in this program. There are also targeted actions to support that. I will inform at the end of the day also about those. And what is important is that many of the announced calls request the participation of countries coming from overseas, let's say, but also coming from the associated countries. So there is a motivation for a coordinator that comes maybe from the Netherlands, Italy, Austria, or wherever, Germany, then to involve also the Ukraine. And that's a good sign, actually. So there is a need also to meet that international cooperation challenge. And it is considered as a societal challenge. Good. You have also the open science. You have heard about open science journals. You have heard about sharing research results. Yeah, there is certain practice that is supported by the Commission. So there is the open access to publication, which come from joint work in funded projects. So there must be an open access to publication. But there is also a few conditional parts which come with a proposal, like you have to have a data management plan in. So this gives a hint how to prepare this. There is also the European Open Science Cloud. That means where science practices, but also publications are accessible, where also discussion can happen on this. Yeah, and there is also the Open Research Europe publishing platform, which makes publishing easier, and especially the utilization of results from EU-funded research. Still, there is a risk-taking in such programs, and this is like what the researcher gives. Yeah, the researcher gives this access also to others from the EU. Good, and you have also other instruments that are well linked with the Horizon Europe. This is COST. COST is like the oldest cooperation instrument across Europe. and it's also worldwide active. There are cost actions that look on the excellence and the collaboration. So you have several opportunities within cost, but you have also a cost NCB in Ukraine, as far as I remember. So you have these opportunities provided by cost. There are networks they support, and this is incredibly important as a door opener to future consortia, because these are thematic networks, and you can assess, then you can access easier networks that are working already in a field. Yeah, you see here also many issues where cost comes actually on the top, on the bottom. You see it here, which comes also in that picture. It's also co-funded within Horizon Europe. So yeah, so how can you participate? Actually, these are the two ways. There is an funding for individual researchers, most important for PhDs, but also the advanced ones. Vitaly will inform you about the actions related to that. And you have also the collaborative research, where you have to have 3 entities that cooperate, at least one being from a member country, and beyond that there can be an associated country like Ukraine in future, and it needs also a third one. And they should be from 3 different countries. So this is like the minimum condition. I have never seen a proposal positively evaluated with 3 countries. So normally this starts with 5 countries. I mean, in reality, but it happens. Yeah. So there are some calls where this is really the minimum condition, and this is used. Yeah, like if there is the specific support, which also in Maria Sklodowska-Curie actions, you will hear about that. So, but normally you have consortia in the thematic pillar 2, which can range up to 40-50 partners. So this is the range you can find. And then it's really difficult to position and to enter also such consortia. And you will hear also on the individual opportunities. So in detail, so you have also synergies with other union programs. So you have, you see Horizon Europe on the top, but you have also below this many programs which come here around. For some you are eligible, for some not. So there are a few ones where you are eligible, and there is a synergy. There should be coherence and complementarity, and there should be also financial complementarity in the way of co-funding or pooling resources. This is rather complex, and I advise you to look together with the NCB in these issues, if you come across such. Good, we have explained you that this is the structure. So you have 3 pillars, and you have on the bottom these horizontal measures. That's the very overview. And if you look in the first pillar and the resources pact, so jumping up again, here we have pillar 1, excellent science, with 3 fields of action. You have actually then this first pillar in the European Research Council, which funds the best researchers. You have the Maria Sklodowska-Curie actions, where you look on researchers' knowledge and skills with mobility and training, and the research infrastructures. So you see that there is a lot of money in the first 2, but not that much in the research infrastructures, because the research infrastructures come a bit separate. You will there is a strategic planning on European level, and there is a certain list that is also extended, but this comes as a very complicated process. It's not easy to find your entrance there, but it is possible. Also partnerships are existing there. So this is the first pillar, and you see there is a lot of money in, which is available. Good. And the question is where you find for the first issue the funding for individual research. You find it actually in the European Research Council grants, but also in the second, the Maria Sklodowska-Curie actions. You will receive more information later on that. Good. When we come here with the Research Council, you have actually 4 different grants, which all go to PhD. The Consolidator grant again, PhD, and the Advanced and Synergy grants you have, which is for the more advanced. You will hear later more about that, but just to tell you that there are different targeted opportunities which have also their specificities to enter them. When we look on the second pillar, this is the one in the middle of this long picture, you have a lot of resources parked. It's more than the half of the resources parked in Horizon Europe. This comes with global challenges. And we have 6 global challenges that are included here. And they come with these 6 clusters. These 6 clusters are then also present in a work program. So the work program announced on 16th of June contains for each of these pictures, or these circles you see here, a certain definition of calls. So there is a description of what is content with regards to health, for instance, looking on the first. So there is a top-down question to answer specific issues and challenges in the health one. And the same repeats with all that. And this is a document of several hundred pages announcing these calls. Normally it's a few pages per topic, but not the health is one topic, but it has like 50 topics that are announced for this 2-year period. So, and here you see these so-called clusters, which were like these round circles. Here you have it in squares, and you find here also the money that is available with regards to specific challenges. You can access, and these are the codes also you need to know to find the announced topics here. Going to the last pillar, if you remember, we had 3 pillars: the excellence, these clusters you have seen now, and now we have the innovative Europe. There you have a so-called European Innovation Council, which looks on the innovation. Then you have also a certain field that looks on the innovation ecosystem, so not on the very innovation itself, but on the ecosystem that supports innovation. And you have a huge budget in there. So you have also the recovery funds inside, recovery from the corona crisis. And there is a separate one on the right hand that is called European Institute of Innovation and Technology, that has separate funding and networking opportunities that are not looked on here. But it's also interesting because it has a certain thematic direction. When we come now to those who are on the very bottom of the picture, you come to the widening participation and strengthening the European research area. So-called fields, you have actually 2 different ones. One is on this, what you see here, the widening participation, teaming, twinning, era chairs, and all these issues. And you have almost 3 billion euro in, and in the right hand, you see that there are specific actions that are also helping to restructure the research area, which come with 500 million. Good. And here you find also the issue of the strategic plan, which comes with the multi-annual strategic plan that is prepared on EU level to help all these issues to be implemented. which comes also with the strategic orientation for the support and the European partnership, but also the missions and international cooperation. We are in the first strategic plan. It covers 3 years, or actually 4 years, and it was like co-designed by the European Commission with the member states and the European Parliament. And yeah, so there have been decisions, and it was adopted in March that year. So we had to find these decisions also then in the Horizon Europe work programs. You have seen we have these components, so we have these pillars. You have seen these 3 pillars I have explained. And finally, when combining all these topics that are in these 3 pillars, you come to 13 parts. 13 parts which consist of an introduction, explaining all that what I showed to you now, plus then these very work programs. And maybe Vitali, you could post the link to the funding and tenders portal to see also these work programs. I know you have a very good slide then showing all this, how it can be accessed.
I will.
So you have 11 parts that cover actually all the mentioned above topics, but you have to keep in mind that there are these 3 pillars and where you are in and what are like the ambitions and targets in these pillars. So good. Then you have separate work programs which look in the European Research Council and look also for the Joint Research Center and the Innovation Council. Also the European Institute of Technology is complementary but integrated. And there are also other issues that are strongly connected. If you remember on the very first slide, I showed you the whole Horizon Europe picture. On the side, you saw on the left hand the Defense Fund and on the right hand the Euratom. So they are also strongly interconnected. But this is actually the issue that is coming also across other programs, and the whole Horizon Europe also interconnects with the many other EU programs. Good. Looking on the beneficiaries, or from that perspective, you have actually more or less the Horizon 2020 funding rates you have also applied in Horizon Europe. There is a single set of rules. It is a document of hundreds of pages which can give you information about eligibility of costs, the project implementation, and also like the funding and how the funding is calculated when you do a proposal. The question is always how you, if you have costs, how you can report them and what is funded. It's again the usual cost accounting practices. That means you cannot establish a specific rule for a specific program at your organization. So you cannot say in Horizon Europe, our hourly rates, daily rates are as high as that. It must be a unique rule for the whole institution, for all programs where you participate. But there is a broader acceptance. The financial NCPs can inform about that, how you have to work with that. And if you go beyond a certain threshold with funding, and you really consume funding going beyond a certain threshold, you have to do a compulsory audit. And there is a threshold that was also increased in the preparation. Good. There is one issue that is even more important, the very focus on impacts. So in the very application stage, you already have to define along the impact pathways your impacts. You have to have also showcasing synergies with other projects and things like that. But you have also in the implementation these synergies with other EU funding programs. So there might be in a call a line written, synergies with other funding programs are desired from the call. So the one or other partner has to find synergies and find out how these can be implemented. So, and again here you see again all these other union programs where you can maybe find synergies. There are many of them. Good. Okay, there is, as an example, is the Invest EU for Research and Innovation, which is one additional scheme beyond Horizon Europe. It has a leverage effect. It provides guarantees in most cases. So that's important for the private sector and investments. But as the name says, it's not for research, but it goes with this competitiveness, innovation, and issues like that, and company development. Good, Hopper. So, and here we are with the key impact pathways. The very program itself defines key impacts. That has to do with the scientific impact, the societal impact, or the economic impact. And actually there are 9 impacts, and in each proposal that is handed in, these impacts have to be clarified and detailed described. So you see the first 3, they come with knowledge, the human capital, but also the diffusion of knowledge. So it's not the typical impact of publishing, but it goes much beyond. It goes to knowledge, human capital, and also this diffusion issue. When you look on the second, the societal impact, as this is also a top-down program in many issues, you have these policy priorities and challenges, you have the benefits and impacts, but you have also the uptake in society as the societal impact, and you have to describe what is your societal impact. And finally, what is maybe in some cases the most important is the economic impact, which comes with this growth that is based on knowledge and innovation, job creation, but also the leverage of investments from the private sector or from the public in the one or other way. So you have these 3 impacts and 9 impact pathways. Whoever attends the proposal camp then can hear more about that, what could be the impacts and so on. There are many presentations you can find on that already, how this is to be structured and so on. Good.
Felix, let me,
Yes.
sorry for interrupting. We should keep an eye on the time.
Fine. We have, I think, 2-3 slides more. Okay, then
Right.
we are fine. Good. The issue is that the program itself looks also on the impact pathways because it collects whatever all these projects contribute. And it looks then with regards all these issues. And therefore, this framework is to be followed. And here you have a few points of guidance how this could be thought in. Good. Yeah, that's too complicated, maybe, or too detailed. What? Oh, I can't move forward. Now it. Good. So, how did it come to Horizon Europe and this current work program that is now maybe 10 days old? So, there was the preparation of a strategic plan. There was a co-creation phase, also in the pre-years, a bit challenged. by the Corona already. And then we had this strategic plan and the work program. So these 11 work programs plus the annexes makes 12, plus the introduction makes 13. So we have this work program for 2 years, and this was adopted now. And so you receive the information really fresh. It's not a call that was launched earlier. But there is a big but. As a recommendation, when you hear that the Commission is preparing a work program, and you know already that in 2022 there will be issued another work program for the following years after 2022, then you can already find drafts here, there. So you have to look for the drafts, what is the interesting field for you. And the good thing is, if you even jump later in one of the calls, the good thing is you can already look what was supported and who is active and who could jump in the topic. But this you can also do with the predecessor program. You can look who was funded in your topic and then jump in. And I mean, approach them and to ask if you can also contribute. You have several ideas on that. We will hear that later, Hopper. So, good, there are many ways of following the developments. Here a few web pages, you will receive them, the presentations later on, so you can look in, but remember that the Horizon Europe website is maybe the main important. This is here in the mid, but you will find it immediately also with your search engine, so it's not so complicated. But also the DJ Research and Innovation Facebook is very interesting because they post about the newest events, next opportunities to participate. And as everything is online at the moment, or at least blended, it's very easy for you to join. You don't need to get travel costs here, there. You can just join and get best information. So this is maybe a small improvement because of the crisis. It's still ongoing. So yes, here more on the ambition of the impact, also the innovation capacity, and also with this green and digital transition and recovery issue. So the Commissioner is very active on that and wants to put that forward. We have this email address. You find it also on the page where you registered. So you can post also questions later on, be concrete, or ask for support. It's also good. I mean, support in the sense of support for the consultations later on. So that's like the first part as an introduction. I'm sure all the other parts are more interesting because they are more concrete. But if you don't know the 3 pillars, it's maybe hard to understand the embeddedness of the very information you receive in the next presentations and hours. So Vitali, we can move in the clusters and missions immediately. So in the pillar 2.
Yes, but I suggest we first answer the questions we have received over the chat.
Okay.
There is one particular question to you, Felix, from Alexander. Can you see the question yourself? It's at 11:31. Or shall I read it out?
I can read.
Good.
So the situation is you have applied for funding in a certain call, if I understood correctly, and actually it was not good enough to be evaluated for funding. You can get on the reserve list if you don't have enough points. You can get like not above the threshold at all if there is like one issue not good enough, if you have not good enough points. Then you have like a failed proposal. Or there is not enough funding and they decide, despite you have 15 points, they decide not to fund yours. So Good. So you receive then from the Commission a rejection letter and an evaluation summary report. And these are valuable documents because in the evaluation summary report, which is a written, that you don't see only points. You don't see the point on excellence, impact, and the implementation. You see also a descriptive part that tells you what was good in the proposal and what was not so good according to the evaluators. You might disagree, but still it's the decision. Yeah. And this is actually where you can learn from, because you see now, okay, there is a perspective that was drawn by several evaluators and consolidated in a text. This is the evaluation summary report. And there you can identify what was imperfect. So nice to learn from that. But I mean, it doesn't help you yet. So you have applied for a certain topic, core topic that was announced. And now you stand there. Okay, you want to reuse it. So you have to look in the work program if there is anything that is like related to it. And as you have been in a consortium, it's the best to write a letter to your, an email to your previous coordinator or the core partners with where you have like developed a certain trust, and ask if you should discuss in an online discussion what could be like points that can be recycled and further used in current calls. What is like better not to be kept, what is like to be done in addition. Yes, and you can also look in the topics in the previous call, who was funded and what was funded, so that you see the difference to your proposal. Maybe it was too complex or not to the point. Maybe it was like a last day's effort, because preparations for applications normally take months. I mean, not of your time, but the duration of this process is months. So when you approach now some colleagues, it's a very good point of time, because then comes the summer, what is very tricky. And the deadlines, most deadlines are in September and October, not exclusively, but most deadlines are in September and October. So that would be like my answer here. I hope this helps.
Thanks a lot, Felix. I think we have no questions left, so that's why.
Oh, yes. What if there was no evaluation summary report? That's interesting. So then either it was not submitted, so the coordinator did not submit, would surprise me, or the contact person is not appropriately indicated. So go in the funding and tender portal where you have applied. It's an electronic system where applications have to be done. And then go to the submitted proposals where you have been participating, and there you find a documentation package.
And maybe the coordinator should distribute it. I don't know, maybe this is like this. So maybe, Solomia, you ask your coordinator, because this is up to them to distribute all the documentation to the beneficiaries of the consortium.
Yes, you are right, Vitaly, but it is stored online. Yeah, so
you are the coordinator. Okay.
No,
she's the coordinator.
Each participant. Yeah, each participant.
I know, but sometimes there are some technical difficulties. This is my experience, at least. But Solomia says she's herself the coordinator, so I'm not sure what happened there. You can still contact your project officer or contact.
Maybe it was not eligible. If it was not eligible because you did not keep all fine. Okay.
What I have just ERL. Evaluation results. What list? What's ERL? I'm not sure.
No, I don't know this.
Maybe this is a kind of a
okay.
Similar document. Okay.
Good, but if you have maybe it was a mistake, but take a look. I can take out an evaluation summary report and show you how it looks like. Maybe I can share it to you after, Vitaly, after your presentation. I can just share one. I will prepare one. Okay.
Sure. That's great.
From my successful proposal, maybe. Okay.
Okay.
You are the presenter now.
Now I'm the
Vitaly.
presenter, right? I see.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we are moving forward to the pillar 2, and I'm looking the time. Okay, first of all, let me just emphasize once again what the representative of the Ukrainian ministry said, that Ukraine is going to be associated to Horizon Europe, and this means that you will be treated like a member state of the EU. So you will have, as Ukraine, same rights and same obligations. I would like to emphasize this point because there were many questions referring to this aspect. So as an associated country, you are sort of privileged. You have the same rights and the same obligations. Next, I will switch off my camera in order to avoid any possible technical issues. The upside for you is that you will be able to entirely focus on the content of my presentation. So Felix already told you about how you can participate in a collaborative project. And here we are talking especially about the pillar 2. And again, as an entity from an associated country, you are equally treated like a member state. And important is that Julia said, the representative of your ministry, that the association agreement is expected to be signed probably in October or at least by the end of 2021. And it means that you are eligible to apply right now only at the time point of the grant agreement is going to be signed, you must be associated. So, but you are eligible already now to participate in all calls. To save time, I'm not going to talk about international cooperation partner countries and not about BRICS countries because this is not relevant to Ukraine. Important is here the rule stated on the bottom that normally we have to follow this general rule with all collaborative projects. It means 3 out 3. So as a minimum requirement, as Felix said, it is required to be a consortium of 3 participating entities from different EU member states or associated country, and at least one of those entities should be a member state. This is a minimum condition. Normally, such consortia are bigger. For example, for the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, the Commission recommends consortia being between 6 to 10 to 12 maybe partners. This is an average size of such a consortium. Now, this is the list of participating countries in Horizon Europe. I posted this link over the chat as well. This is how you can find all this documentation, which is important for your application process. So there is a hyperlink on this list of participating countries. So if you receive this presentation afterwards, you can just click on this hyperlink and get there. But basically, I've explained with the screenshots. You go to the funding and tender opportunities portals, you click this main menu, how to participate, and then the menu reference documents, and there you take programming period 21 to 27, and then you will find in the reference document all the necessary documents, and you see that in the list of participating countries, Ukraine is among third countries associated to Horizon Europe. And I hope you can see on this screenshot that Ukraine is one of those 17 countries on the list. And the next question that was expressed over the chat, where to find such collaborative calls? Again, your starting point is always the funding and tender opportunities portal, and you see that the top menu, search funding and tenders. This is where you embark on searching for appropriate calls, and you see that I now filtered the pillar 2, global challenges and European industrial competitiveness, and all 6 clusters are stated here. This is on the left, and on the right you can see 1 or 2 here particular calls that are open for submission already, and you can if you click on this call, you can find all the documentation regarding this particular call. Again, we are here within the pillar global challenges and European industrial competitiveness, and we have 6 clusters listed here. I'm not going to read aloud it again, but this is basically your job. This is what I said over the chat. This is sort of a general description of a cluster, but of course there will be many calls within this particular cluster. And your job will be to identify a cluster and a call within this cluster where you would like to apply for. This is again the explanation of this cluster. So again, this is a general aim of this cluster. So we have health, we have culture, creativity, and inclusive societies. We have civil security for society, digital industry and space, climate, energy and mobility, food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, and environment. You see, this is a broad topics, and within those topics, you will find calls that might be interesting for your institution. And you see the budget of those clusters. Now you've seen on the previous slide the overall budget, and now you have here the budget per cluster. This might be interesting as well. In order to save time moving forward. So now this is the explanation for the cluster 1 health. So this is the list of the topics you normally deal within this cluster, and this is where you can find calls dealing with this particular topic. So like non-communicable and rare diseases, infectious diseases, including poverty-related and neglected diseases, and so on and so forth. So basically, you just read these topics and identify the topic that is interesting for your institution, and then you can try to get into a consortium, for example, and to apply for funding. I'm just looking on the chat. Of course, Alexander, small companies, SMEs are also invited to participate. So as I previously said, Horizon Europe is about, this is a framework program for research and innovation. And if your SME is involved in research and innovation activities, of course, you're welcome to participate. It is even a great advantage to participate as an institution from the non-academic sector, because the European Commission understands the necessity to be mobile in terms of physically mobile between countries, but also in terms of mobile between sectors, the academic and the non-academic sector. And young scientists are required to have gathered experiences also in the non-academic sector, and to have learned those particular skills that are important for the non-academic sector, because the background is that we all know that only a small percentage of all young postdocs, for example, can stay in the academic sector. Most of them are required to find a job in the non-academic area. That's why participating in the company would be a great thing. But at least you should be involved in research and innovation activities. Again, this is an example of a cluster: culture, creativity, and inclusive society. Again, this is referring to the question regarding the library I've received over the chat. For example, can you be funded as a scientific library? Of course, but maybe you can combine this, again, the Commission is pursuing a sort of triple I approach: international, intersectoral, interdisciplinary. And maybe you can find a solution for your scientific library, how to digitalize your resources there. And maybe that can be an interesting proposal dealing with this topic. And this would be the way how you can get funded within this cluster. For example, this is cluster 3, civil security for society. Nowadays civil security is a very hot topic, and of course the European Commission is investing a lot of time, money, and efforts in order to improve especially cybersecurity. So if you are active in this area, this would be the right cluster for you to apply here for a call. Cluster 4 is dealing with digital industry and space. Again, this is the list of the topics you are expected to deal within this cluster. And again, if you are active here, you are very welcome to identify a call and to apply within this cluster. Cluster 5 is dealing with climate, energy, and mobility. Again, a very hot topic. We all know about the climate change. We all know about the energy issue. We all know about the mobility issue. And this is where, again, a lot of money is being invested from the European Union, but also by private companies trying to establish, for example, e-mobility and so on and so forth. So if you are active in this area, you are very welcome to identify a call within this cluster. And last but not least, this is the cluster number 6. This is about food, bioeconomy, and natural resources, agriculture, and environment. I think this is also an important topic for Ukraine, because Ukraine is an important agriculture country. And of course, if you are active here in this area, this is the right cluster for you to apply. So I'm looking at the chat again. Okay, thank you, Felix. Of course, international participation, as is stated here, is targeted in numerous topics. And these topics actually, basically, it is important for you to read the documentation for this particular call, because everything which is expected by the Commission will be stated here. And you will find this in the description of the call. So it is my advice to carefully read the documentation and find out what is the expectation of the European Commission when it issues this particular call, for example. Now, this is important now regarding funding. So we have a few basic rules. And if you are active or if you apply for a research and innovation actions call, you will be reimbursed 100%. In innovation actions, this is 70% for profit organizations like companies, SMEs, and so on. but still 100% for non-profit organization. Again, 70% for profit, 100% for non-profit organizations, and on top you will get the flat rate of 25% of indirect costs. This is basically the basic rule for financial aspects. Now you see the member states. They are on this map in light blue color, and the associated countries, they are in a gray color here, and they used to be associated to Horizon 2020. As you know, Horizon 2020 is now over, and Commission says that the same countries have expressed their interest to be associated to Horizon Europe as well, and negotiations are still ongoing, and Ukraine is one of those countries, and as you have heard and as I have mentioned, so we expect the association agreement to be signed by the end of this year, but you are eligible to participate right now in all open calls. Important is that at the time point of signing the grant agreement, the association agreement with Ukraine is signed. Only one small remark regarding Switzerland. Here is the situation a little bit different. So my general advice would always be that if you form a consortium, form it the way that this consortium can exist even if one partner at threat, and in this case would be Switzerland, for example, because Switzerland has declined a general agreement with the European Union. So that's why the association of Switzerland will be probably difficult. So form the consortium the way that if this partner at threat is not able to participate because of legal problems, the consortium is still able to work. So this is very important in my view. And again, all member states, all associated countries are treated equally, and they are automatically funded. And I've referred to the list of countries in the main program. There is a list of countries that can also receive funding from the European Commission. Basically, these are less developed countries, and of course, the European Commission is not going to finance countries with high income. And as for evaluation, there are 3 evaluation criteria: excellence, impact, and implementation. This is what Felix was talking about already. This is again the slide with the work programs in Horizon Europe. Again, you had this initial slide, and now you have this full list of all main work programs. You know, you see the general introduction, Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, research infrastructure, and then health, and all the clusters mentioned here. The work programs have already been published. You can find them on the Funding and Tender Opportunities portal, and I recommend downloading them and reading them carefully. You have here on this slide the hyperlink to this website of Funding and Tender Opportunities portal, and you will be able to directly get there over this presentation. And this is just to provide you with an example how such a call looks like. Again, there is a hyperlink to the work program of the cluster health, and this is how the work program looks like. So this is call ID, and in this particular call, you will find the description what the European Commission is expecting by this particular call. Again, this is destination 1, for example. This is destination 3. And again, you see that overreaching topic, for example, here tackling diseases and reducing disease burden. Again, they are sorted by these topics, and your job is to identify the call, the topic and the call that is relevant to your institution if you would like to participate in this particular collaborative project. Again, this is an example for Destination 5, unlocking the full potential of new tools, technologies, and digital solutions for a healthy society. Again, you look carefully at the description of this topic and the description of the call, and identify the call that suits you most. And this is, for example, the work program on climate, energy, and mobility. And you see that, for example, within this work program, you see the opening date. For example, this particular calls were open yesterday, and the date when the calls will be closed. For example, this is here, September the 14th, and the expected number of project that will be funded. They are also stated here. And again, this is an example of this is a list of the calls in the cluster 5, climate, energy, and mobility. And I'm not going to expand on it because we are running a little bit behind the schedule. Another example of the cluster 5, and again, the description of the topic. This is how it looks like. So download all this documentation, do look carefully at the description, and try to address every single point required for this call. For example, it's important to understand what is the expected outcome. So projects are expected to contribute to the following outcomes. And of course, this is up to you to address all these topics mentioned here. This is your job to create this expected outcome. And again, this is a description of the scope. This is what you are expected to be within this call. Again, we are within the pillar 2, we are pursuing a sort of top-down approach. So in terms of topics, the Commission gives you the broader range of topics, and you are expected to come up with your individual project as a consortium, but you are expected to move within this scope described in a call. So it's only 20 past, so I think we are not bad. And I'm looking at the chat. Of course, you can contact us over this email address. And I think Felix has answered the question regarding SMEs. Are there any other questions? I'm switching my camera on again. Great Britain is marked as a EU country. We have colleagues in Great Britain. What perspectives of the projects with the colleagues from the Great Britain? Of course, Great Britain is not an EU country anymore. That's right. But the UK is expected to be fully associated to Horizon Europe, and negotiations are still ongoing. And again, like for Ukraine, they are eligible to apply with the condition that at the time point when the grant agreement is due to be signed, this association agreement must be concluded. So I hope I could answer your question. I was.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Ukrainian State University of Railway Transport. Nazarenko Irina. Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear hosts, thank you for your presentation. And could I ask you whether you are going, I mean, you are organizers in general, whether you are going to help us Ukrainian universities to boost our expertise in this realm, because we suffer from lack of expertise, how to apply, how to manage all this process. Please answer.
Thank you for this question. But this is what I've written in the chat, because normally the procedure is like the European Commission states on the website of Funding and Tender Opportunities portal the list of national contact points. These national contact points are nominated by your ministry. And as far as I can see, Ukraine has not nominated them yet, but they are going to be nominated. I think Victoria is still here, Victoria Gaidar, so she might comment on this, Victoria, if you want to. I'm not sure whether she can hear me.
Yes, I can hear
okay,
you.
Good.
Yeah,
Maybe you would like to comment, Victoria?
Yeah, sure. So about the NCP nomination processes, we are in the middle. Actually, yes, we have done some like in structure changes in our NCP network. We are planning to nominate them at least to provide the list for our European partners till the end of the July, before the second stage of the negotiation process about our participation in the Horizon Europe. And about the lack of the information about the Horizon Europe, what I also want to tell is that you actually could also check the information on our Horizon 2020 national portal. It is still available, and it is still, we posted some information about the webinars and seminars about the next program, actually about the Horizon Europe. But yeah, for sure, our intention is that before the beginning and the launch of the Horizon Europe here in Ukraine, to provide more information and more training and seminars, like practical webinars, to our stakeholders. So please, if you wanna, you could also contact me. We have the list of the stakeholders that are already interested, and they applied through our questionnaires that we actually sent it during the December 2020 and also in February 2021. So we also sent them the like short agendas for 1 month or for 2 weeks ahead about all of the relevant events about the Horizon Europe. So yeah.
Oh,
thanks a lot.
Sorry, may I ask one more question, and that's it. About proposal writing camp, which are going to start from 20th of July. Only 20 participants will be selected. Could you please comment on the criteria? Thank you.
Felix, would you like? Microphone?
I can comment on that because last time I was the person selecting when organizing in Ukraine. So there are a few technical arrangements that are necessary. One is the technical arrangement if one knows English, proper knowledge of English. The second was, is there already a topic identified that is like, or a few that are like in view of participating? Were there any steps of developing on a certain call, like previous applications, like establishing contacts to potential collaboration partners abroad, certain needs that come with regards to the participation. I think this would be like the main criteria. Yeah. Of course, there is also a gender balance if possible, and there is like not having from one institution more than one person. Okay, if it's, I mean, if it's a huge organization, could be also several. Yeah, I mean, last time at the training in Ukraine in 2019, we had from Pattern Welding Institute several participants, because I mean, it was just like there were so many applying for it that you could not, and there are different departments, a huge organization. So yes, that's the criteria. There are two persons that are the trainers that assess, and then it's also like commented with the ministry if there is a certain particularity we should reflect more in the list of participants.
Thanks a lot, Felix. I've posted over the chat the link to the Ukrainian Age 2020 portal. This is what Victoria was talking about. So I think you can find the information there and the contact.
So, Vitaly, I have I have one issue. So with regards to being an organization not having experience with applications, I mean, this is a very good question, and it often like is the decisive issue. If you like, should you join or not, your high education, research tasks are like a bit unclear inside. And I mean, I would say, look who participated from Ukraine to see that there are universities that are really successful and very good. I mean, you have the statistic thing, but you can also get to the very beneficiary, because if you go to the so-called dashboard, you will find, if you look on the, I can post also later the link here. So you can find who was active in Europe, who was active in Ukraine. You can go to the very level, who are the organizations involved. And then if you go to the certain projects that you can like identify, you can find out who was working there. And the contact, you can find the contact, and you can exchange how is like the cooperation. Maybe it's the university on the other side of the street, and you can like talk with the person freely, how this appeared and how work goes, how this is implemented. I mean, maybe a peer-to-peer exchange is the most fruitful, and knowing your culture, it's very easy to talk to people. People are revealing also information. It's not that you hide information like in other countries, because it's but it's like there is a common like understanding of sharing also experiences, and maybe that's the most worth information you can get. Share experiences with those who were like successful. So I will post to you the this tool where you can find all ever funded projects, and then you can also find out who were the Ukrainians. I will try to extract. It's not easy. I wanted to share with you an evaluation summary report, by the way. Vitaly, if you allow me, I can do.
Let me just interrupt you. Just a short remark from my side. I was talking about the Cordis database, and this is what I did while you were talking, Felix. I was just going to the Cordis database, and I've extracted all Ukrainian participants in Age 2020. Basically, if you click on this link, you will find all Ukrainian participants in Age 2020, and then you can further select them. So on the left, you can see, for example, different filters like field of science, domain of application, and so on and so forth, and basically funding scheme. And then you can see who has already participated in Age 2020 from Ukraine, and then you can contact those colleagues indeed. And the next remark is regarding the information. Again, I've posted already the link to Horizon Europe Info Days 2021. They are going to happen in the end of June, beginning of July, and all sessions will be recorded, so you can watch them afterwards. And this is, in my view, at least a great starting point. So if you don't have any experience in drafting applications for Horizon 2020, for example, this is where I would start. Like, look at these info sessions and try to get in touch with colleagues in Ukraine, but also in Europe. And this is how I personally would proceed in this case. Thank you, Felix. Now back to you.
Good. Vitaly, we have to make a break for at least 20
It
minutes?
depends.
Yeah.
It depends on our participants, of course.
15 minutes at least, yeah. I mean, you need the break because you will be the speaker once more. And
I appreciate
okay.
it, yeah.
So maybe it's good to have like this 15 minutes break and to start then in time, like according to agenda. Plus 5 minutes is also fine, but okay.
I think we can start just
Up to
quarter
you.
two. Quarter two is okay.
Okay, so it's exactly according to the schedule, the next start, yeah? The virtual break was shorter, what is good because we cannot talk to each other. So,
Great.
good. So Vitali, 13:45, we move on, okay?
Right, I'm typing this in the chat for everyone. Ukrainian time, 13:45. See you later. So, dear colleagues, 1:45 in Ukraine. So it's time to move on. And our next presentation deals with the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, MSCA. And let me first give you some general impression. First of all, if you remember the structure of Horizon Europe, you see that Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions are situated within the pillar Excellent Science alongside the European Research Council and the research infrastructure. And in the jargon of the European Commission, excellent science means highly innovative and going beyond the current state of the art. This is what is expected from your research proposals if you're going to be funded with this within this pillar. So I hope we can go on. I will deactivate my webcam again and move on. We have 5 different types of the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions. Within the pillar 2, we were dealing with collaborative projects. In this pillar 1, Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, we have collaborative projects, we have institutional actions. These are the doctoral networks, these are staff exchanges, and we have also individual actions. This is mostly about postdoctoral fellowships. So you can apply as a single scientist for a postdoctoral fellowship of the MSCA, for example. And we also have co-funding of regional, national, and international programs. Co-fund, this is for the case when you have a national funding body and this funding body apply for co-funding by the European Commission. So this national or regional funding body should provide normally doctoral or fellowship programs. And last but not least, we have also the action called MSCA and Citizens. This is about conducting a pan-European researchers' night to promote research careers. Let's have a look at the basic principles of the MSCA. As I said, MSCA are situated in the pillar Excellent Science. That's why scientific excellence is one of the most important, or probably the most important criterion for these actions. This is also about career development and innovative research training. And unlike within the pillar 2, the MSCA pursue the so-called bottom-up approach. That means that you yourself decide what your projects are about. There are no stipulations from the Commission. You yourself decide, you yourself come up with a research proposal, and then your peers review this proposal and evaluate it. And again, besides scientific excellence, the mobility is another key element of the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions. And talking about mobility, we mean this transnational mobility. It means mobility between countries. This is because the European Commission thinks that mobility is an asset for a career of a researcher, so you will be able to learn another research culture, maybe another language, and so on and so on. You are expected to move out of your comfort zone and to be confronted with another reality, basically. And there is another type of mobility, the mobility between the academic and non-academic sector. I was talking about this previously. So this is about career perspectives for postdocs who are not able to stay in the academic sector, and they are required to have the skills to cope with the reality in the non-academic sector, in the industry as well. The work program for the MSA 2021-2022 was just published. You see that date is 15 June 2021. And again, I have provided here a hyperlink to this work program where you can find all the description of the upcoming calls. This is similar to what I was talking within the pillar 2. Your job is to read carefully this documentation and to understand the scope and the expected outcome of this particular call you are interested to apply for. Let's start with having a look at the doctoral networks, Diane. So doctoral networks, again, this is an institutional, a collaborative project. And again, this is the same rule, 3 out of 3. Basically, institutions from EU member states and associated countries form a network with a research training program, including individual projects for doctoral candidates, and apply for funding. So you build a consortium. Again, the general minimum condition is 3 out of 3, but basically the commission says like 6 to 10 or 12 members are the normal praxis for such a consortium. And the aim of this consortium is an innovative training of doctoral candidates. And each of these candidates have a maximum of 36 months of funding. Each beneficiary is expected to recruit a doctoral candidate, at least one doctoral candidate with a typical employment contract. And those doctoral candidates can be of any nationality. And important is that at least this is the case, for example, in Germany, that you can provide a fellowship. It is important to have an employment contract, a regular employment contract, including social security coverage. And important is also that those doctoral candidates are have not been yet awarded a doctoral degree at the time point of the recruitment by the beneficiary. Again, at least 3 independent legal entities, each established in a different EU member state or Horizon Europe associated country, form a consortium, and then one of these entities should be established in a EU member state. All beneficiaries are required to recruit at least one doctoral candidate, and those doctoral candidates can be of any nationality. There are 3 different types of such doctoral networks. So doctoral networks itself, this is a classical scheme. It used to be called European Training Network in Horizon 2020. Again, you can be funded, so at maximum 360 person months. It means that 10 doctoral candidates for 36 months each. There is a scheme called Industrial Doctors. This is about involving industry in the education of doctoral candidates, and those doctoral candidates are expected to spend at least 50% of their time with the industry partners. And we have also the so-called joint doctorates. This is about joint, double, or multiple doctoral degrees, and entities must be entitled to award doctoral degrees, and at least 2 of the institutions must be established in a member state or an associated country. I was talking about that MSCA is a dedicated mobility program within the pillar Excellent Science. That's why there is a mobility rule referring to doctoral networks. So doctoral candidates must not have resided or carried out their main activity in the country of the recruiting beneficiary for more than 12 months in the 3 years immediately before the recruitment date. That's important to comply with this mobility rule. I'm looking at the chat. I think I will expand on your question, Yuri, afterwards when I will be talking about postdoctoral fellowships. Let's move on. First, let's have a look at the funding within doctoral networks. First of all, unlike with collaborative projects in the Pillar 2, here in doctoral networks, we deal with the so-called unit cost funding. It means that the European Commission provides these unit costs, and there is no budget you create yourself, and you are being reimbursed afterwards. First of all, these unit costs are divided into researcher unit costs and institutional unit costs. And a researcher unit cost consists of living allowance, mobility allowance, and family allowance. And the living allowance is multiplied by the correction coefficient by the host of the host country, and for Ukraine, this is new for Horizon Europe, 68.5%. And you are entitled to get family allowance if you are officially married or have dependent children. And now this family allowance can be adapted if you acquire family obligations as a researcher during the action. There is also the so-called long-term leave allowance. This is for the case when you are absent for more than 30 consecutive days. I'm not going to expand on it any further. Important is for you to understand that the combination of living, mobility, and family allowance, if applicable, this is your employer's gross amount. So all necessary contributions towards social security, towards taxation will be deducted from this amount. And on the other hand, we have institutional unit cost. The consists of researcher training and networking costs and management and indirect contributions. So the pillar research training and networking cost, these costs are for conducting this particular project. So basically the doctoral candidates should benefit, the projects should benefit from this costs, and management and indirect contributions go to the institution who is a beneficiary in this project. So important is, again, that you apply as a consortium. I said, again, 3 out of 3, this is a minimum requirement, but as a doctoral candidate, you can find all those resulting vacancies on the Euraccess portal. And I have provided a hyperlink or link here, and you see that the main menu jobs and funding, this is where you can find those vacancies. You click on jobs and finding, you can select Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe, you can select MSCA, and then you will find all the vacancies there. And you as a researcher, as a PhD candidate, can apply for this particular funding scheme over the portal. So the application procedure for the consortium, again, a typical approach for European funding. There is one call for application per year. In the work program, you will find the dates when the call opens and when it closes. Again, I've provided a hyperlink to the upcoming call 2021 for doctoral networks, and you see that actually was planned to open it on June 22nd, but I think this is not still open due to technical reasons, but this is the right link. This is the right hyperlink to this call. And again, you can get to the portal, to the Funding and Tender Opportunities portal, and download all the reference documents, read them carefully, and to try to meet the expectation of the Commission. You can apply in these 8 scientific panels. They are all stated here. I'm not going to read them aloud, but basically you yourself decide which panel you apply with. Again, the evaluation criteria is similar like for all Horizon Europe project. And there is also a weighing factor, so excellence weighs for 50, impact for 30, and implementation for 20%. And there is a new regulation for Horizon Europe proposal submitted in the previous call, and having scored less than 80% should not be resubmitted the following year. So it means it is only applicable to Horizon Europe. So it means if you submit a proposal in 2021 call and score less than 80%, you should not resubmit in 2022. You see that the wording is quite soft, should not resubmit. This is not a clear statement. The Commission is trying to pursue this soft approach, but we expect that it will be harder starting from the call 2023. So you will be not allowed to resubmit if you have scored less than 80%. I'm looking at the chat. I hope everything is clear so far. Okay, let's have a look at co-funding of regional, national, and international programs. Co-fund. As I said, this is about co-funding of existing national programs, and there are two different funding lines: doctoral program line for doctoral candidates and fellowship program line for postdocs. And here it is also that project proposals are submitted by host organizations, resulting jobs and vacancies are published on the Euraxis portal, and researchers apply directly to the selected organizations. You, as a funding body, as a national funding body, you will receive sort of co-fund allowance, and this allowance must be spent for the salary of the researcher. You see the numbers stated here, and this is basically how it works. So you are required to provide yourself a sort of basic funding for the researcher, and the co-funding will be provided by the European Commission. And again, this is a slide where you can see the how it is filtered. So you basically you go over the main menu, jobs and funding, European Research Program. Then you can select, for example, H2020, MSCA, and then you can find all these vacancies on the portal. And you, as a PhD candidate or a postdoc, you can apply directly to the institution that has issued this vacancy on the Euraxis portal. We also encourage individual researchers to go to the Euraxis portal and to register there and to create a profile on this portal and to upload your CV. This will increase your visibility for potential employers, for example, and you will get automatically matching funding and hosting offers, for example. This is a nice feature of the portal. Now let's move to the MSc postdoctoral fellowships. This is about individual funding. So now you don't need any consortium. You can apply for funding for a postdoctoral fellowship as an individual researcher. Okay, budget bottom up. I think this is clear. We are running out of time. That's why I'm trying to be a bit quicker. So the new regulation here, you are required to be a postdoc at the call deadline. It is expected to be the 12th of October this year, and you have, so the European Commission has introduced scientific age, so you're eligible to apply up to 8 years after PhD. Career breaks will not be taken into account. And again, your institution, your host institution, is required to provide you with a full-time employment contract, including social security. As I said, in Germany, for example, MSc scholarships are not possible. And you apply as a researcher with a host institution, which should be active in research and development. So university, research institution, SME, active in research, and so on and so forth. We have two program lines in postdoctoral fellowships. We have a European fellowship program line, and we have a global fellowship program line. And there is also an asset for both program lines. So in the end of your project, you can spend up to 6 months in non-academic sector. So let me, again, these 8 panels. That's why I'm not going to expand on it anymore, but let's have a look at the European program, European fellowship program line. So you spend 1 to 2 years in research in Europe, and you have this optional secondment in the non-academic sector up to 6 months. You may be a postdoc of any nationality, but you are required to comply with this mobility rule. So in the last 3 years, less than 12 months at the call deadline, you must have resided in this particular country. Again, your host institution is required to be active in research and development, and 8 scientific panels. This is clear. And global fellowship, it's about bringing knowledge back to Europe. So you spend 1 to 2 year research stay in outside of Europe, for example, in a third country like US, Canada, Australia, and so on. And the mobility rule only applies to this third country, not to the host country in Europe. And then you have a mandatory return phase of 1 year to Europe, and this incentive of 6 months to work in the non-academic sector. Again, to be eligible to apply for this program line, you must have a nationality of a member state or associated country, or be the so-called long-term resident. So you must have lived in Europe for at least 5 consecutive years. And you have 2 host institutions, 1 host institution in the third country, this will be your partner organization, and 1 in a member state or associated country for the return phase. And this institution in a member state or associated country will be your employer for the entire time of your fellowship. Similar approach with funding. Again, we have researcher unit costs and we have institutional unit costs. And again, a living, mobility, and family allowance, they constitute your employer's gross amount, and all mandatory contributions towards social security and taxation will be deducted from this amount. So the net amount will be slightly lower. So you were asking about the success rates. These are the success rates in the call 2020. These postdoctoral fellowships used to be called individual fellowships. That's why I have called 2020. We used to have sub-panels within standard European fellowships. So there will be no sub-panels anymore, but you can see for the European fellowships, the success rate is about 12 to 15%, and it is slightly higher for global fellowships, so around 22, 23%. This is the overall success rate for Europe. A similar approach for the application procedure, I have provided here a hyperlink to the MSA 2021 postdoctoral fellowship call, and you go to the Finding and Tender Opportunities portal, you download from there the templates, you download the guide for applicants, and you try to address every single point expected by the Commission in this call. You may submit your application until the closing date. This will be the October the 12th, 2021. It is always 5 p.m. Brussels local time. Again, we have this new regulation with resubmission. So if you have scored 70% or less, you will be discouraged to resubmit. And this is basically the most important thing for you to know. Maybe the time frame. So the European Commission has 5 months time to evaluate your proposal. So you will get your results by the end of March or by middle of March 2022 at the latest. Then you will have 3 months for grant preparation, and so approximately in June 2022 you will be required to have signed your grant agreement, and then you can start your project in the next month following the signing of the grant agreement, or at least 12 months after signing the grant agreement. So let's have a look at the staff exchanges. This type of action is especially popular with associated and third countries. And this is about international and intersectoral cooperation and knowledge transfer from research to market and vice versa. This is about common research and innovation culture, but the rule 3 out of 3 applies also here. 2 of these members must be from a member state or associated country, and 1 entity can be from a third country, for example. And if all institutions are from the same sector, 1 should be from a third country. This is why this program is so popular with third countries. So basically, you conduct secondment for researchers, and they can be postdocs, they can be PhD candidates, but they can also be administrative, managerial, or technical staff supporting R&I activities, and they have a mandatory returning phase to sending institutions. This is about creating complementary competences in the participating organization. This is about career development. This is about networking, and such a project can be funded for 4 years, and each person each project can be funded funded for 360 person months. So again, we are dealing with unit costs only here, and the Commission provides the so-called top-up allowance for the seconded staff members, and this top-up allowance covers travel, accommodation, and subsistence costs related to the secondment, and the institution get research training and networking costs and managerial and indirect contributions. This is again the link to the upcoming 2021 call. You see the dates here on the slide. And this is slide about the European Research Executive Agency, RIA. And RIA is a funding body for research and innovation. It manages EU research grants. So the European Commission is a political institution, and RIA is a funding body. And RIA has its own website. And on this website, you can also find the information about the Marie Skłodowska actions and how to apply. This is described in a very precise and clear way, in my view. So now I have reached the point where I need a sip of water, and I would like to take your questions. As far as I can see over the chat, there are no unanswered questions. Felix, can you confirm?
Yes, I mean, there was the question, what is meant with career? What is a really good question? And if it like refers to the career perspective, like inside an institution, yeah, it's a good question. But the understanding on the from the side of the program is a bit different. I try to explain it. Maybe you can explain it even better. What is like meant with career?
Yeah,
because,
sure.
Because especially for those individual like achievements, the way it is thought is a bit different from like the position. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Felix. No, this is not about just the age index, of course, because I was trying to explain this is about a broader view. For example, if you are a PhD candidate, you are expected to be able to be employable in the academic and the non-academic sector, because we all know that only a minority of all postdocs are able to stay in the academic sector, or are willing to stay in the academic sector maybe. And it's important that they are that they have knowledge and skills to be successful in the academia and in the non-academia as well. This is about career. This is the same for postdoctoral fellowships. So basically, if you apply for a postdoctoral fellowships, you will be required to describe how it contributes to your further career development, because so what is your next step basically? And again, Commission spends this money on postdoctoral fellowships in order to provide you with knowledge and skills, enabling you to be a very successful researcher, no matter whether in the academic or non-academic sector. I hope this is clear.
Yes,
Can
and
somebody tell me, does Horizon got the bachelor or master programs? No,
so,
this is not about bachelor or master programs.
but however, I mean, what it supports, Vitaly, if you please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not expert on that, but there is this staff exchanges, and they really can integrate not only the doctoral, or they include also the candidates and so on. So I mean, it's
normally,
broader,
Felix, you are required to be a PhD candidate or a postdoc or managerial staff related to research. So research activities are the core. So this is not about obtaining a bachelor degree, for example. This is about research activities. So basically, you must be at least a PhD candidate to be eligible to participate in a staff exchange, for example. Okay. Does European Commission consider the financing of centers of excellence? There is, of course, European University Initiative, and there are national centers of excellence, but I'm afraid you are talking about national centers of excellence, Alexander, so that's why this is a question towards the Ukrainian ministry, I'm afraid. What about support applicants that have more than 70% but haven't about, and I think this question was sufficiently answered. We have this Seal of Excellence initiative by the Commission, and Julia was talking about the national efforts to accommodate this situation. So basically, as far as I understand at least, Ukraine is going to establish a national program in order to provide national funding for those proposals that have scored a higher rank but were not able to be funded due to budget limitations. I think Victoria could maybe comment on this. I hope Victoria is still with us.
Yeah, I'm still here. Actually, yeah, you are definitely right. We are planning to start the national program, I think, in the late of July this year. We hope that the first, first calls under this program is going to be opened, and we are hoping that the first financial contributions and support is being provided till the end of this year, till the December 2021. So if you need me to provide any additional information, please just contact me. I just shared my email contacts in the previous messages. About the centers of excellence, to my knowledge,
Thanks a lot, Victoria. Thanks a lot. I hope the answer was sufficient for you, Alexander. I understand. I mean, this situation with national funding, you know better than me what's happening, and I'm not going to comment on that. But basically, you see that the ministry is trying to accommodate this issue. And now I have another problem because I have less than 10 minutes left for the ERC part, and I don't know. I'm going to ask you how much are you interested in this particular part? Are there any participants here who are interested in hearing about the ERC? Just let me know over the chat, please. We can then decide spontaneously. Okay, that's good to know, because I'm not going to talk about things that you are not interested in. Good, great. Then let's move on. Let's have a look at the ERC basics. First of all, maybe we have now the European Football Cup Championship, and maybe it's a good starting point for me. You know, if you look at the European funding, so Marie Curie and ERC are situated within the pillar Excellent Science, and comparing it with football, it would be like Marie Curie is the Euro League and ERC is the Champions League. So basically, referring again to your career perspective, I would write, for example, in my proposal that my envisaged next step, career step after having a postdoctoral fellowship would be to apply for an ERC grant, because this is definitely the next stage. This is the stage where you establish yourself as an independent principal investigator, and you set up your own research group, for example, and you see scientific excellence is a sole criterion for ERC. And ERC is always about high risk, high gain. This is another difference to Marie Curie. So parts of your proposal are expected to be high risk. And this is especially important for fundamental research, because everyone understands that if you do fundamental research, you go high risk, and of course you will not always be successful, but it's important at least to try, because a negative answer is also an answer. It is important to give it a try. I hope this is clear. And again, this is bottom up like Marie Curie, so you yourself decide which proposal you apply with. So we have 3 different target groups. We have starting grants, we have consolidator grants, and we have advanced grants. You can read the definition here yourself. To save time, I'm not going to read it aloud. Let's move on. There are some age limits. So for starting grants, 2 to 7 years after PhD, consolidator grants 7 to 12 years after PhD, advanced grants, there are no age limits here. You see the duration and the maximum budget here. Let's move on. These are the condition for the project. So you are expected to spend at least 50%, 50, 40, 30%. on your ERC project, and 50% in the EU or associated country you are required to spend. Again, this is a detailed description of condition for a starting grant. You will receive this presentation afterwards, so I'm not going to read it aloud. The same for consolidator grants and the same for advanced grants. And you see that the calls in 2021, starting and consolidator, they are already closed. The advanced grant is open, and you can still apply until August the 31st. This is the tentative call calendar for 2022. The work program 2022 is not officially adopted yet. That's why only tentative dates. And this is how you basically calculate your eligibility period for 2022 for starting and consolidator grants. I provided here the dates of PhD award, and if you within these dates, you will be eligible to apply. There are different regulations for medical doctors. I'm not going to expand on it now in order to save time. And of course, there are some extensions, for example, maternity leave, paternity leave, military or civil service, long-term illness. So everything, if you are not able to conduct research, it will be not taken into account. So now let's talk a little bit about the cost. Unlike Marie Curie, where we work with unit cost, this is again a typical approach we know from the pillar 2. So you have you can basically be reimbursed for all direct eligible costs to 100%, and this eligible cost can be, for example, a salary of the principal investigator or of the entire project teams, like you will need as a group leader probably certain postdocs or PhD students, certain technicians, and so on and so forth. Of course, consumables, equipment cost, and for equipment cost, if you need bigger machines, for example, you buy or other infrastructure, so you will get the so-called depreciation rates. It means that this infrastructure can be used after the project was finished, and that's why you will be reimbursed only the cost for this particular project time. Of course, travel costs, publication costs, and subcontracts and others. And as all this indirect cost, this is the flat rate of 25% of direct costs. As already mentioned, there is only one evaluation criteria, scientific excellence. And again, this is about groundbreaking nature. This is about ambition and feasibility, of course. And this is again about high risk, high gain. Basically, you are required to come up with a new scientific idea. So like, let's say, related to COVID, this approach with the new mRNA vaccines, for example, that were developed. So this is a new approach. This is high risk, high gain, and this is what the ERC stands for. Unlike Marie Curie, there is a two-stage evaluation. Stage 1, only B1 of the proposal is being evaluated, and then you will have the second stage. You will have the interview. I'm not going to expand on it because we are running the schedule. And you can approach, basically, we always recommend approaching your national contact point, who will be appointed by the ministry, as we have understood. And of course, you can approach the portal for funding and tender opportunities, because there are many information stated also there. I see the question, ERC is for individual researchers. This is exactly the point of the ERC. ERC you apply as a principal investigator. Even your host institution, you can move your host institution basically. This is your individual project, and if you are not satisfied with your host institution, you are allowed to change your host institution and to go to another one. But of course, it is important in terms of resources that your host institution is able to provide you with the required equipment, for example, to conduct your proposal. So I'm starting my camera again. I don't see any further question coming over the chat. I think everything is clear, or nothing is clear. These are two options, but anyway, you are welcome to contact us after this session. And of course, should there be any questions referring to MSc or ARC, I will be happy to answer them. Felix, I'm giving back to you.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, there is like, you have the luck that Vitaly is with us, because he is also working on that intensively. He knows all the issues of MSCA and ERC grants. That's really good, but generally we try also in the camps not to focus on the individual fellowships. So we will focus rather on the clusters presented, or network approaches that are also in Maria Sklodowska query, or in that what I will present in short. So that's like the viewpoint for us, also with regards to this training opportunity. Yes, you cannot remember the internet addresses, of course not, but you will receive the presentations and the access to it in the next days. I don't know how we organized it. In the last trainings we have like distributed it, and that all worked pretty well. Maybe I should just move to the last presentation we have, that comes with the EIC and also the horizontal issues. Maybe it's good to start that, unless you have very urgent questions. But normally the urgent questions come after all the presentations. So please note also questions if you have for after that short presentation, maybe not too short, but at least for the Pathfinder, it's a bit smaller, a bit shorter, the information, than for the horizontal issues. I can already navigate through it. So when you look on again on this overall structure, this is where we are now. So we are right hand at the Innovation Council. And as the name already says, it's directed mainly to innovations, to companies, and those who collaborate with them. So, so there is like a high budget earmarked for SMEs. And you have actually 3 fields and instruments that are supported here. I will introduce you to them, but the question is how to like address it best, because there are some parts that have already been that are beyond the deadline and are already closed, because the Innovation Council was not waiting the decision for Horizon Europe, and the official launch, it has started already earlier its course, especially in the Pathfinder. So yeah, it's bottom up in most cases. It's rather it has most open topics actually. Move on. So you see here 2 issues, whereas the first is closed already, but you have the second one, EIC Pathfinder Challenges, which looks on challenge-driven calls for specific technologies. However, this is already closed. And you have actually 5 top-down challenges that you find here. The awareness insight, there is always a description on this. the brain tissue, the gene therapy, the hydrogen production, the living materials. These are the 5 top-down challenges, and what is looked for is for new technologies. So scientific-based technologies are searched here, and you have actually an open call that closes in October. So the idea is the proof of principle and the validation of the scientific and technological basis. It's not about establishing production facilities, but it is about progressing with regards to commercialization, but it's not the commercialization process. It's the pre-steps to that. Yes, normally it looks to high-tech SMEs, but it can be also like early career researchers that are involved in such processes. You have much information on that and much more targeted information as well. And I would like to remind you also on the EU Info Days. So the EU Info Days start from Monday. You can look what is the schedule. You have therein specific explanations of like 2 hours or so for each of the issues we present today. So it really makes sense to look what are the most attractive issues here for you, and then you can like jump in these special info days, because we can only give you an overview in the half hour. So of course, and now we go to the widening participation issue. You have actually several destinations, so-called destinations that look in it. So you have, this is where we are now. So it's a horizontal bottom-up, thematic bottom-up approach you have here. It looks on 2 issues, the widening participation and spreading excellence on one side, but you will see what is meant with excellence in short. And then there is like the reforming and enhancing of the research and innovation system, which has like some common objectives, of course. There is budgeting, of course. You have not a lot of budget as in others, but it is significant. These are the 3 destinations. The destinations were put because they like rely to or are related to the targets of this objective. And here you have actually one work program that addresses all, but there are so-called destinations. As you have seen the clusters, which are thematic clusters, here you have destinations, that means the objectives presented. However, if you put them in like in a list to see what is the funding, you see here on left hand, like in short, the instruments available. Some instruments are easy to understand from the very wording. So if you see here the word teaming, twinning, era chairs, you might imagine what it is about. And some other issues are also described. There is one issue where you read here excellence initiatives. This has a bit another notion of centers of excellence. It looks also in the innovation ecosystem, and it doesn't look on excellence in science in all cases. So you have to be very careful when like grasping the ideas from the overview, but there are some, I mean, it helps you to orient. So now we go in that. Yes, so there is like the idea of increasing RI intensity, and there are some changes that have to be tackled here. And there is an innovation gap, and if you see the red lines, you see these are the new member states, and I mean from the last waves of entering, and you have like a few of orange, red, yellow parts. So there is a difference, and the idea is also to bridge this innovation and research gap, because these are also in a way reforming countries that are also from the structures well known to you because they mirror also partly structures you know from your country. So, and here you have these issues of applicants and coordinators. In order to have a better interaction, there are eligible coordinators that have compulsory to come in many measures from those countries that are or not so much investment. And then you have, and here you find also the associated countries, you have eligible countries that join an action and cooperate in some of the actions. So yes, okay, there was an increase over the programs, and there is also the Advancing Europe package, which comes with this admission of additional partners. You will see this is the last point, so you can jump in existing projects. What is really good is hop on. Yes, if you see a good project, the coordinator and the consortium agrees, you can jump in as additional partner. I would not trust too much in this opportunity, but in case this is really interesting and you have some objectives that are complementary, then this could be really an option. So we will come back to the first point, pretty important for you. Yes, and then there are other support measures that come with this advancing package. So we go to the first destination. We have 3 destinations. You see here actually the budgets for 2 years. But you have to be very careful, because if you look on such budgets, you see here, for instance, 2-stage in the first one, teaming 2-stage. But it doesn't mean that the whole process of bringing forward a project and the application project has to be done in 2022, but it can start also already now, because there could be 2-stage procedures who last per definition longer. Good, and I will go quickly through all these issues. Here you see the hop-on facility. This really happens in 2022, because only then you have running projects from Horizon Europe, and then you can hop on. You cannot hop on at the moment, because there are no running projects. Good, so there is a teaming call. This is a 2-stager. There is the issue of establishing centers of excellence, and you see here the consortium. So you have to have an underperforming state research institution, and then come partners that are complementary and support this teaming. Here you have the idea of having 2 deadlines, you see. So the call is open. You have a 2-stage procedure. One is the deadline that year. The second deadline comes only for those who are selected to move forward in the second stage as well. And those projects are really well funded, so it makes really sense to cross-check the teaming opportunities. But be careful, the applicants must be from these countries that were listed previously. You have also the opportunity of twinning, so bringing forward a research institution through partnerships. So you have to have also here the applicant from these new member countries or underperforming states, but you can become partner. So should you have a good partnership with one of these yellow-orange countries, then there is a chance to cooperate. So if you have, for instance, with Romania a good partnership, then there would be the opportunity to ask if they know this twinning opportunity and you would like to cooperate in this. But you have to be a leading research institution, or there has to be overall leading research institutions that cooperate in that. Again, here you have only one deadline. The projects are a bit smaller. However, more projects are funded and the activities are shorter. So yes, it's not for sure not easy to identify those who plan to do a twinning. But maybe you have an idea or good context that you can like jump in there. Good, and then you have these excellence hubs. So there is it's not dedicated to centers of excellence in the sense of research centers of excellence. It looks on innovation ecosystems, the business, but also on specialization niches, economic niches that can like benefit from better innovation ecosystems. And yeah, here two ecosystems have to partner and companies have to here to participate. And actually it's also to develop a strategy with impact in that framework. So, and then we come again, yeah. So the scope should contain research project, but also an investment plan for the strategy that has to be brought forward. And yeah, there are more links with economy and the advancement of the economic niches here. You see per project, you have 3 to 5 million. The number of projects is also relatively little, and you have the call opening that year, but the deadline next, because such partnerships and regional partnerships need more preparation to convince also stakeholders normally not involved in such funding schemes, because also the certain regional authorities or municipalities would join. Good. The European Excellence Initiative looks on the scientific and technological capacities of institutions. It looks on the capacity building and the excellence profile. Maybe it is more directed to link up of already existing excellent centers. So this is also a reference to the centers of excellence, but there is no need to have officially a seal of excellence or whatever that is brought forward here. So again, you have the call open, the deadline that year. You see it's a bit smaller, but it is also more directed to research. And then the hop-on facility that starts next year. So there will be projects funded from Horizon Europe, and there is the chance joining in. So these clusters as presented, these thematic clusters as presented by Vitali, will like identify in their calls certain projects and partnerships to be supported. And when they start their work, you have the chance to hop in, to join in. So yes, but there are also evaluation criteria which are a bit separate from the usual criteria. And that means the new partner must be justified. Good, but it's really a good chance also to jump in at the later stage where you see the very good you want to join. Here you have a larger number of projects and you have also 2 deadlines. That means the call starts next year and then you have like a 2-stage proposal selection procedure. Good. Destination 2, we are still within this widening participation. You have several differing issues. You have the chairs, the talents, fellowships for brain circulation. And as you see, they are all in 22. Let's move there. So you have the ERA chairs. You can attract scientists and team members can be also funded. So the coordinator comes from an, let's say, underperforming state and then the ERA shareholder comes in from outside. However, one has to look if the associated countries are really eligible in that. This is a question for the NCB or for the Info Days. Good. Here we have this BBC. It's not British Broadcasting Company. It's the Brain Circulation ERA Fellowships for young researchers that have like the interest to facilitate to do cross-sector mobility. That means you have the opportunity to go from a state organization in the private sector. You have also these postdoc scholarships conditions. You know, there are rates that have to be applied, and it corresponds actually to individual fellowships in Maria Skrolowska-Curie actions, which are like, but here you have this cross-sector mobility for young researchers. Jump. So there are actually good budget numbers, and it would be interesting to look in that. And here you have another issue that is not yet fully clarified, because you have the ERA talents, which should attract talents, researchers, experts, or research infrastructure operators, but we still wait for the study that is commissioned by the commission to see how much this is like the appropriate solution for the challenges. Good, so therefore it's with this mark, and the call comes also a bit later for this. So it's good to follow up, but maybe the Info Day also here can present more findings already. Good. The effects of all these widening issues comes with the mobility, new networks, new research areas, new markets, but also looking on the research institution and these EU 13 countries, which are these underperforming countries, and also addressing the associated countries. So when we come to the last destination, which is like horizontal, we come to the reforming and enhancement of the entire research and innovation system. We have a smaller budget in that part, but I mean, it's still 440 million euro. You have several support issues. So you have annual calls, you have predefined topics. Some of them are so-called support and coordination and support actions, which bring together important actors. Maybe also ministries are requested to contribute, or agencies are requested to contribute and participate. But you have also the instrument of so-called research and innovation actions, where you can conduct research for a top-down prepared topic. Good. So there are many topics, and these topics are like 18. So policy support, that this is like a certain topic that is announced, it's written which kind of policy support is needed. There is the or offered as well, yeah. So there is the issue of open science, of use of R&I results. Also some issues with regards to higher education institutions, and so on, gender equality, horizontal topics that we find here. And on the second, in the next call, in the next year, we will find other topics here. So it's interesting to see if you have topics you cover and you can contribute, because it's not individual. There are also, as you see, there is a coordination and support action, research and innovation action. It means that there have to be collaborative projects to appear, and maybe your organization is the best to contribute. You see the topics. Good. So actually we are almost at the end. There is like this general opportunity to look in all the information that comes with funding. And we have also a work program that integrates all these 3 destinations I've presented. And maybe we come to the end of like bothering you with so much information. We have lost a lot of participants at the meeting throughout the day, but that's pretty normal. So I switch on the camera because I mean it's time to see each other again. And maybe we can also, I don't know, I think this was like the last. Maybe we can go to slide 1, which no need. So
I think
good.
there are no questions, Felix, so far.
Yes, but they will come.
Well, this is what my intention actually was. Let's
provoke.
Let's be interactive. Let's be interactive, and let's ask our participants whether they have any questions that have not been answered yet. So this is your chance to ask them. I answered the questions. The question regarding Euratom. So basically, they run in parallel. But for example, for Marie Curie, Euratom dedicate, I think this was €1 million to postdoctoral fellowships in case they pursue research in this area of Euratom. I hope, Yuri, this was a sufficient answer for you.
So
what open science mean? Okay, it's a nice question.
Yes, yeah. So I mean, this is open science. Actually, is the practice of science that others can collaborate and contribute. That means research data is shown open. Lab notes and other research processes are made available. The reuse and redistribution of research and data is like facilitated with open research, and open science. Open science means also often sharing results with the public. It's not restricted to the very science colleagues or the academy. So it goes beyond, and it is there is a lot of information on it. There is even a charter, if I remember. So even if you go to Wikipedia, you will find good information of what is open science. It's incredibly important, and it got much attention. Open science has also brought forward also the EU Open Science Cloud, where exactly what I mentioned can be shared, like also the databases and so on. But there are many more platforms on that. So I think this is a sufficient answer on that.
If I may add, Felix, open science, I mean, a general impression is that Europe is investing money in science. So this is taxpayers' money. And it's important to bridge this gap between this tower of science and the ordinary taxpayer. It is important to explain to the ordinary taxpayer why it is important to spend that much money on science. What is the benefit? And this is actually, I'm referring now to the last type of action of the Marie Curie, this Researchers' Night. This is your chance to explain the science to the taxpayer, but also to pupils, to students, to young generation, to increase their interest in science, because Europe is dependent on science. We don't have natural resources like not that much oil or coal or whatever. So we are dependent on science, on our scientific approach, and on being in the lead in some scientific fields. And that's why it's important to convince every single taxpayer that science is an important issue. And this is the overreaching aim of the Commission.
Yeah. But there is also, there are also aspects of open access. This is also like an issue, but this is a completely different pair of shoes. You have the open access to research infrastructures, for instance, where there are costs associated, but still you can access if you have costs, for instance, allocated in an Horizon Europe project. Yeah, then you can use this to access and to cover such costs. But this is different. It's still open, but the word open in it, but it has a different meaning and context.
I think open access is also about publication culture, because many renowned publication journals they require an embargo, and of course you are not able to let your peers know what the results of your research are. And that is why Europe says, okay, we are financing your research, but you are expected to go this way of open access, because your the results you produce in the projects financed by the European Commission should be accessible to your peers and not hidden somewhere under embargo of these renowned journals.
Yeah.
And I think
there are many, Vitaly, there are so many aspects that you cannot even we cannot even explain. There is but what is important for all this sharing practice, sharing of results and databases, sharing of existing databases which are your property. There are measures in the preparatory stage for proposals. There can be a non-disclosure agreement made that if you have some certain research results or certain resources you don't want to or discussions you don't want to get out, so you can clarify that in such contract. And later on, when you really get funding, there has to be a consortium agreement that defines exactly what are the issues that are excluded from that project and remain your property, because you get in with some resources, maybe with a huge database, and you don't want to share it with all, but it has to stay your property. But there are special trainings on intellectual property rights and so on. But so people have been carefully thinking about this open science issue and open and access to properties and these issues. You have one issue with regards to Maria Curie actions, I see in the chat.
I can take this one. It's a nice question, because we are being asked quite often about this, but actually no. Just imagine, I was trying to explain it with football. Marie Curie is a EuroLeague and ARC the Champions League. And of course, if you get or if you apply for a Marie Curie grant, I would always indicate in my proposal that my envisaged next career step is, for example, applying for an ARC grant and to establish my own research group. This indicates your career development, and this is how I would tackle it. But of course, there is no automatism. So basically, if you say, of course, you will be required to apply for ERC to deliver your track record. And of course, it's a good thing that you have been, for example, a Marie Curie Fellow, and then, well, your reviewers will see, okay, this particular researcher has probably potential, and this is what you are required to show, that you have the scientific potential to be this principal investigator, to lead a research group. But of course, there is no automatism, because you still remember this is about scientific excellence, and this is the sole criterion, and this is about high risk, high gain, basically. So that's why it's important to understand this moment.
So, and I can answer the next question I saw in the chat. So, how Ukrainian institution has a chance to participate within a consortium with EU countries institution if we have our own project and there have another, or should we as associated country follow their project route? Okay, we have to be careful. First of all, if a project appears with a partnership, then you have a common goal and steps where the partners are involved jointly, at least to some extent. Yeah? So there are not separate projects per country that you find, but there is a common move forward. Of course, the work share is defined in such proposals. So one has to do the pre-studies. Other partners have to collect other things, and then it gets together to the joint efforts. Yeah, there might be a work share, but the overall targets, objectives, and also the activities are jointly implemented in most cases. Of course, if you have a twinning, it would be another situation where one is like supporting the other in establishing certain issues, or if you have these common excellence, innovation areas that are built up, like we had in the widening, then you have the very objective that is a joint one. So you jointly create a new ecosystem or improve the existing one. So normally you have joint efforts. Of course, there can be a work share. That would be the information. There are no separate projects for each partner. There is a coordinator that receives also the pre-funding from the Commission that distributes it, and there are so-called work packages and tasks that structure that process. So there is like a certain activity that is set up, and then it's defined which partners should contribute. And this is how those projects are all built. Of course, there is also then a budget for each partner, who has to do which what, that is like assigned in these tasks. So that's the general structure. So there is a project that is jointly developed, jointly gone through over several years. Is this clear? I hope so.
I would like to add, Felix, I mean, this is probably a general problem for Ukraine, but in my view, this is a wrong perception, because if you say we have our own project and they have their own project, how can we work together? In my view, this is a wrong approach, because you need to, I mean, if you identify a call on a Horizon Europe portal, and you are willing to participate in this call, you need, of course, a consortium of partners. And then this is your job to find those partners. We were talking about partner search over funding and tender opportunities portal. I've just posted another link to the partnering section of the Euraccess portal. And this is how you can find partners. But basically, my general recommendation would be you yourself should know best who is the right partner for this research, because you yourself should conduct networking with your European colleagues. You yourself should visit conferences and so on, even digital, but you need those contacts yourself, and nobody will be able to provide you with this, with those contacts, only you yourself. You should start at some point broadening your network and trying to involve partners, not just from Eastern Europe, for example, but from entire Europe. This is the way you should go, in my view. I hope this is clear. And I think there is one question to me regarding ERC grants. This is basically there is no condition like to say you are first required to win a starting grant and then you are able to apply, or then you are eligible to apply for advanced grants. No, there is no such condition, but to be to apply for an advanced grant, just read carefully the description. So you're required to be a very successful scientist who have a great track record. So in my experience, there are not many worldwide who are able to fulfill these conditions. So if you come up with a great scientific idea, and this is the huge benefit of the ERC, your track record is important, but less important than your idea. If you come up with a great idea and you convince all your peers and they say, wow, this is a great, and no one was able to come to this idea before, this is the way you go. And even then you can apply for an advanced grant. I hope this is clear. MSA is impossible in Germany. No, MSA is very much possible in Germany. What is impossible in Germany is scholarship. Scholarship means that you don't pay contributions towards social security, you don't pay taxes, you have a fixed amount, this is your scholarship, and this is not possible in Germany because we want that people are employed using a normal employment contract, that they have a normal health insurance, that they have social security conditions for them and their families, and so on and so forth. That's why we don't allow scholarships, but MSCA is important and very much welcome in Germany. And as far as I know, this is the same in Greece. I know my Greek colleague quite well, so I mean, this is similar there.
So it is possible, but it has to follow the rules from within the country. So that's actually the message that was needed. Mm-hmm.
Right, because employment is a national issue. So to deepen this topic, employment is not an issue of the European Commission. Employment is a national issue, and each country is expected to provide a national employment contract. And in Germany, this is always including social security, and scholarships might be possible in some countries, but as a huge, huge exception.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So there are tasks you can already do. You can look in the work programs where you find your organization thematically. You can look also what are like the themes that appear in your organization to go for a topic. This is what you can do already. You can also like enter the info days next week, which are thematically more intensive than what we could provide. This would be really like first steps you can follow easily. So we have next question.
I think you are referring to Marie Curie individual fellowships when you're talking about individual grants. Yes, I'm not going to speak for the ministry. I think Victoria is still here. She can comment on that. But as far as I know, no, you just need your host institution in your host country in Europe, and they should be willing to apply together with you for this fellowship, and that's it. So you don't need a formal approval of the ministry, but Victoria, you're welcome to comment on that.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, yeah, you are right. You do not need any approval, official letters from the ministry, only from your institution.
Thanks a lot. I hope this is clear, Evgenia. Great.
Okay, maybe also to follow up on institutional versus personal involvement. I mean, when you want to join a certain project consortium, this consists, of course, of partners, and you are like representing also a partner, then you need the internal institutional agreement that this can be done, and this needs to be discussed internally. Yeah, what are the real opportunities, and also what is like expected from you within the institution. That's very important, because this often causes misunderstandings if one is a newcomer, and I mean, then it's hard to arrange and understand if the organization is already registered in the application portal, because there is a unique number for each entity that as organization participates. So this can be checked. You can check this. You can find out if there is such PIC number already available for your organization, and then you can get like in contact also with the person that is operating that account, and you can join that number as well if you register in this portal as well. So this is there are many technicalities that are not complicated, but you have to do them. But at least this issue, this particular issue of you are as an individual, as are part of a bigger organization, has to be taken into consideration, because it has consequences for like it needs clarification. Yeah, can you go for a call? Yeah, can you go as a partner forward? Normally it's highly welcome, but it has also implications on like how you should do and what is like appreciated, which way of involvement. For sure, not appreciated is approaching 1 day before the call deadline the bosses. So it's better to arrange things in time, and that's not often easy, because there might have been experiences that are unknown to you, and it's good to arrange and find out who is in charge and how this is like possible. If your organization is not involved, it's also good to contact the legal NCB, because there is a national contact point that is concerned with these issues of legal involvement in projects, and she can support them easily. It's very easy in the application phase, but later on it has to be substantially supported as well. I think that's the main. There has to be also signatures during the application process, so this has to be arranged. Without it, it's not going. Mm-hmm.
I've posted the link to this participant search. So basically, going over this link, you can identify your institution, so you can check whether your institution is already registered. But indeed, this PIC number, this unique PIC number, is the first step, because you can only apply as a institution for funding if you have this PIC number. And over this page, you can basically check whether you have already a PIC number, or you can register your institution.
Yeah, maybe it's good to ask those who are in charge before registering. We had even at our organization, okay, we have 50 persons. We had at one time 2 PIC codes, and we didn't know why, because there was one colleague who didn't know the procedure and just registered a new one. And this often happens. And then it's really hard to get rid of the second one. So it's better to do not bother the administration in that regards. Just check if your organization has, then they arrange meeting and clarify. Normally procedures are already well set up, because many of your organizations have been participating. But even in an experienced organization, it can happen. So, I mean, good.
I think everyone is tired now, so we should maybe finish. Victoria, would you like to address the participants with the final statement by the ministry?
Actually, thank you. I just would like, I think, to thank first of all for this event to you for such a great presentation, such intense, I suppose, like informational sessions. I'm really glad that a lot of participants may have the opportunity to join us today, not only through this platform, but also through our YouTube streaming. So thanks a lot. I just wanted to thank for your organization. Yeah, it's actually it was a great info day. There are a lot of information, and in any case, if any of the participants have any additional questions to the ministry, please just send these questions to my email, and I will glad to contact you as soon as possible. So thank you.
Thank you a lot, Victoria. Then Felix, would you like to add?
Yes, I think it was great to have so much response from the audience. Yeah, this was not the case in all the other countries, as far as I know. So people were shy there to contribute, but here we had this nice interaction with all of you. I mean, there is nothing more to be said. Thank you, Victoria, for organizing, and approaching all the contacts you had, because this was really a surprise to have so many registrations. Okay, not all appeared, but this doesn't matter, yeah. But I mean, it was really great to have so high interest. Thank you, really. And, thanks to the audience for the many questions. Yeah, it's really good.
Thanks a lot also from my side to everyone. So don't be shy. Do ask questions. Link to the YouTube record. This is again towards Victoria probably. We don't have a link to YouTube record, but I hope Victoria, if you...
Yeah, I will share it right now in the chat box. Yeah.
That's great. So basically...
Yeah, let's wait for Victoria to share that, because
yeah,
I mean, we can the meeting can still on go for a few minutes.
Sure.
But I mean, it's basically, yeah, you see. So basically, the information we have to provide was given, and I think we really look forward for your applications to this interactive camp, which is like the next opportunity that comes forward from that information like sessions. And yeah, I think that's maybe the essence.
Indeed.
And we will send the presentations forward, as far as I understood, Vitaly.
Of course, we will send all them afterwards. So you will receive all the presentations from us, and you have all the hyperlinks there to the websites. It was a lot of information, of course, today for you. We understand that. That's why you will receive all the documentation from us and all the information, and basically you can then use it for your purposes. And I think,
yeah, we have one raised hand.
Okay. If yeah.
Just
Can't hear you, Elena. Just microphone. You are muted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Dear organizers, please, may I ask you about scientific age? For instance, if my scientific age is 20 years for my PhD, I cannot apply to any individual grant. Isn't it ageism? As I have some ideas and expertise. Thank you.
I can take this question. First of all, when we talk about Marie Curie, this is about career development. And basically, if you have 20 years after your PhD, we are not talking about career development anymore. Let's face it, let's be honest. So you are already in the situation where you are expected, if you work in the research, to be an established researcher. That's why you have an opportunity to apply, for example, for an advanced grant of the ERC, because there are no age limitations there, and scientific excellence of your research proposal is the only evaluation criterion. So basically, again, Marie Curie is about career development of PhD candidates and young postdocs. And within ERC, you have this targeted scheme called advanced grant. When you can apply, you can be 100 years old or older. It doesn't matter. It's only your idea, your high risk, high gain project. And that's why you can apply within this particular scheme there. I hope this answer was sufficient.
Good. Thank you, Vitaly, also for explaining on that issue. It's maximum fair, but as much as it can be fair. Good. So maybe if there are no further questions, maybe we would close also the event then finally.
Good. Then thanks a lot to everyone again, and let's finish our info session, info day, and we will be happy to see you again in the proposal writing camp. I hope this is clear now how you can register for this writing camp, and have a nice weekend. We have spent the entire day together, so now it's time to go home and to enjoy the weekend.
Yes, enjoy.
See you. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye-bye.